like to call this Tampa City Council meeting to order. If we could please have roll call.
Vieira.
Here.
Goose.
Here.
Carlson.
Here.
Dingfelder. Cedro.
Here.
You're muted.
Here.
And Maniscalco.
Here, Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the Tampa City Council. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. And this virtual meeting of Thursday, September 24th, 2020, this evening meeting of the City Council is being held in accordance with the declarations and provisions of the Governor's Executive Order 20-69 and 20-193 as they may be further extended, and the emergency rules of procedure as adopted and amended by the City Council. It's being conducted by video teleconferencing, which is remote participation referred to by the state of Florida and rules as communications media technology. The public and the citizens of Tampa are able to watch tonight, listen, and view this meeting on cable TV and the internet at www.tampagov.net/live stream. Now, the public has been given the opportunity to participate in tonight's virtual quasi-judicial and legislative matters by pre-registration and also by registering to use a CMT device, a communications media technology device. Those who want to participate who don't have a CMT can still participate in person by visiting the Tampa Convention Center this evening. Council, the written material that you have received has been distributed to you, and it has been uploaded to the agenda file at tampagov.net/agendas, and that is available under tonight's hearing date file. Council, all evidence being presented to this during this hearing virtually, and also written material has the same effect for you to consider as competent substantial evidence and to weigh accordingly. That should conclude my remarks, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much.
All righty. Just looking at the agenda, item number 9, there's a request for continuance by the petitioner. Yes, ma'am, Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Maniscalco. Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. To clear your agenda, item number 9 on the agenda is RAZ 2019. The applicant is requesting to continue this item to the evening hearing of November 12th, 2020.
All right, can I get a motion to that effect?
Second.
Good. Second from Councilman Vieira. Is there any objection to this continuance?
What time was that, sir? I'm sorry.
November 12th, I believe. In the evening session, 5:01 p.m.
And that's item number?
Wait, 5:01 or 6 p.m.?
I believe that meeting is at 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Item number 9?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excuse me, and that is a motion to continue.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Councilman Goods, I believe you have a conflict that you wish to declare with regard to item number 9?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And is the basis of that that you wish to abstain is because your family has a personal and financial relationships over the years with and you wish to not participate to assure the appearance of a fair and impartial proceeding. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you will be filing the appropriate paperwork as required by state law. Thank you.
Great. We had a motion from Councilmember Miranda with the second from Councilmember Vieira, I believe. Is there any objection to the motion to continue? Hearing none, and with by unanimous consent without
I think you're going to need a roll call vote on that, sir.
Let's take a roll call vote.
Vieira.
Yes.
Goose. Dingfelder.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Cedro.
Yes.
And Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried with Goods abstaining.
Okay.
Mr.
All
Chairman,
right.
if I may,
Yes, sir.
item 21, I would be abstaining. I've already filed the paperwork.
Okay.
I have a trust that I manage that has house within 250 feet.
Okay. Understood. Anybody else? Nope. All right.
I believe, Mr. Chairman, I believe item number 12
Well,
tonight for this evening.
let's take a look.
I have a conflict for tonight. I noticed that now, Mr. Shelby, I think I notified you on that, Mr. Shelby.
Item number 12.
On Twig Street?
It's a Twig Street?
Right. It was item number 12. I think I
Okay.
emailed you on that, item 12.
And the basis for your conflict, sir, is?
Personal conflict.
And what is your relationship to this matter being voted on, sir, if I can ask?
Personal friend and benefactor of a lot of our different programs and charities.
Okay, so it's your position that you're abstaining to avoid the appearance of a conflict of interest.
That's correct.
Okay, to ensure a fair and impartial proceeding. Thank you, sir. And we'll make sure that you also file in that case as well. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, may I get a motion to open the public hearings?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Motion from Councilman Miranda. Who's gonna second that?
Vera.
Here with the second, any objection? Hearing none by unanimous consent, the public hearings are open. Mayor Samaniego.
Thank you, sir. Item number 7, which is a comprehensive plan amendment, is for the same site as a rezoning, which is item number 22. Historically, in the past, City Council has heard those two items together, so I'm just bringing that to your attention as far as possible reorganization of your schedule or your
Okay.
agenda. 7 and 22.
All right, 22 is in the 6 o'clock hour, so we'll take that up at the appropriate time, but we'll take them together. All
Thank you.
righty. We'll begin with item number 1. We have Mr. David Hay.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. The next items, we have 7 parks this evening, and we have that one private amendment that you've just moved toward your 6 p.m. hearing. 6 of the parks are for first reading consideration. The 7th park will be for transmittal. If I could share my screen, please. Y'all
There we
see my screen?
Yes, we can see it now.
All right. These are TACPA 2011, basically through 2017. We have 7 parks this evening. These are the 7: Grant Park, Williams Park, Sunset Park, Oaklawn Cemetery, Patterson Street Park, Park Circle Park, and Purity Springs Park. All these are initiated by Tampa City Council. We are continuing to work through the list of parks. Each park is on the dedicated park list in Chapter 16, Section 91, and all sites would go to that recreation open space. Of course, we've sent these to our partner agencies, and none of them had any concerns with any of the requests. Again, all of these are consistent with our recreation open space and land use policies, and they would provide further protections to the city's dedicated parks. The first one up this evening is TACPA 2011. It's Grant Park. It's in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically, the Grant Park neighborhood. Here we have an aerial. You can see the park is outlined in red. We've got East 32nd Avenue, West Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard is 1 block to the north. It's bounded on North 53rd Street on the west, North 54th Street on the east, And you could see the predominantly Grant Park is predominantly single-family detached. Here we have a few pictures. We're looking southeast across Grant Park near the intersection of East 32nd and North 53rd. Now we're looking down North 53rd Street, and Grant Park's over here on the left. And here we're just in the park, basically at the intersection of East 32nd and North 54th Street. Here we have the adopted future land use map. It's residential 20 now. If it's approved, it would go to the recreation open space. This area in the gold, that's unincorporated Hillsborough County. This would remove the potential for 62 dwelling units or a maximum of 68,000, square feet. And your planning commission recommends that TACPA 2011 be found consistent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? All right. Do we have anybody from the public that wishes to speak on this item? Hearing none, can I get, we have a motion to close from Councilman Miranda. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Goods. Any objection? All right, by unanimous consent and without any objection, the hearing is closed. Councilmember Vieira, would you mind reading number 1?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property generally located at 3724 North 54th Street and otherwise known as Grant Park, from residential 20 R20 to recreational open space R-OS, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Goods. Roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on October 22nd at 5:01 p.m.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hay, number 2.
David Hay, Planning Commission staff. Number 2 is TACPA 2013. It's located within the Sunset Park neighborhood in the South Tampa Planning District. All the same recreation open space policies apply to this one. Here we can see the site. The majority of the site is taken up by Lake Kipling, but there is some uplands on the edges. This is West Browning Avenue, West Shore. This is where West Shore works its way up north. And then we've got West Sunset Boulevard on the north side. Here we're looking southwest from near the intersection of Southwest Shore and West Sunset Avenue. This is Lake Kipling and the uplands over here on the right. Here's another view. We're looking down South Parkview Street. Again, this is all the park on the left. Here we're looking west down West Sunset Boulevard. Again, the park on the left. It's hard to see, but this property and all the properties around it are that yellow color, which is the residential 6. And if approved, it would change the upland portions of this park to the rec open space category. The maximum that can be considered for this site is 15 units or 39,000 square feet. Of course, that would be less with Lake Kipling taking into consideration. And your planning commission recommends that TACPA 2013 be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Hearing none, is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item, item number 2?
No one has registered to speak on this item.
Thank you very much. Can we get a motion to close?
We're closed.
I'll move close.
Motion to close from Councilman Goods, second from Councilman Miranda. Is there any objection? Hearing none, by unanimous consent, without any objection, the hearing is closed. Councilmember Goods, if you wouldn't mind reading on item number 2.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. File number PA 20-13, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property generally located at 4800 West Sunset Boulevard and otherwise known as Sunset Park, from residential 6 to recreational open space, providing for repeal of all ordinance in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Viera,
Yes.
Goode,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on October 22nd at 5:01 PM.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hayden, item number 3.
Thank you, Chairman. David Hay, Planning Commission staff. The next item is TA CPA 2014. This is Oak Lawn Cemetery. It's in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically, the Central Business District. Here we have the subject site. We've got East Harrison on the south. This is the Marion Transit Center just to the northwest. Of course, you've got the interstate, and then North Orange Avenue to the east of the subject site. This northern piece up here is actually owned by the Diocese of St. Pete, so it's a private portion of the cemetery, so only the public portion is under consideration. Here we're looking northeast across Oak Lawn Cemetery. This is from the East Harrison Street entrance. Here we're looking northeast from Oak Lawn Cemetery toward the adjacent Greater Bethel Missionary Baptist Church. And then here we're in the cemetery looking at the adjacent Marion Transit Center and the multifamily housing. This portion of the city all has that central business district designation. And then you do have some rec open space existing further to the east. This would bring that under that rec open space category. Since it's central business district, there are no caps, no floor area ratio or unit count caps. So basically, it would now, any development would need to be open space or recreational oriented. So Planning Commission recommends that TA CPA 2014 be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item, item number 3?
No one has registered to speak on this item.
Move to
Thank you
close.
very much. We have a
Second.
motion to close from Councilman Citro, second from Councilman Miranda. Any objection? Hearing none. Well, without any objection, by unanimous consent, the hearing is now closed. Councilmember Dingfelder, if you would not mind reading item number 3.
Okay. In regard to file PA 20-14, move the following for first reading: adoption, public hearing, and ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property generally located at 606 East Harrison Street, and otherwise known as Oak Lawn Cemetery, from Central Business District CBD to Recreation Open Space ROS, providing for appeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date, and it's an interesting category for a cemetery. Thank you.
Yes, it is. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Viera,
Yes.
Goode,
Yes.
Dingfelder, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on October 22nd at 5:01 PM.
All right. Next up, Mr. Hay, item number 4.
Thank you, Chairman. David Hay, Planning Commission staff. The next item is TA CPA 2015. It's Patterson Street Park. It's located within the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically, the Old Seminole Heights neighborhood. Here we have the park outlined in red. We've got East Patterson Street on the south. It actually runs along the south here. This is the Hillsborough River. This is about 3 or 4 blocks east of North Nebraska Avenue, back in this predominantly single-family detached neighborhood. Here we have a few pictures. We're looking northwest across a portion of Patterson Street Park toward Hamilton Heath Drive. There's a little actual stream or brook that runs right through the middle of the park. This is looking south from Patterson Street Park. This is some of the surrounding residential uses. Here we're in the park looking down the Hillsborough River. Here we have the adopted future land use map. You could see all these properties in this kind of tan color of that residential 10. There is some rec open space further on the other side of the river. This would bring the park into that rec open space. It potentially removes consideration for 9 units or 14,941 square feet of non-residential uses. All uses would now have to be rec or open space oriented, and Planning Commission does recommend that TA-CPA 2015 be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Hearing none, do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 4?
No, we did not receive any register person to speak on this item.
Can we get a motion to close?
Close.
Second.
Motion to close from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Goods. Any objection? Hearing
Before
none.
before you close, Chairman,
Yeah,
David, I wanted to thank you guys for doing all these. It's funny. These are little pocket parks that I think many of us, would never even know they exist. Little neighborhood pocket parks. They're really beautiful and really valuable. This one really caught my eye, being down there on the river and right in the middle of a neighborhood. I'm sure the 10 blocks of folks who live around it probably use it all the time. So anyway, I'm glad they're there. I'm glad they're there, and I'm glad we're protecting it.
Councilman, it's actually been kind of nice with all the COVID going on to actually have to go out and take photos in some of these parks to get out. But I will say this park, there were numerous people in this small park even when I was there. So yeah, it's a beautiful sight on the river.
all right. Any objection to closing the hearing? Hearing none, the hearing is closed. Councilman Carlson, if you would like to please read number 4.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move file number PA 20-15, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan future land use element, future land use map for the property generally located at 1018 East Patterson Street and otherwise known as Patterson Street Park, from residential 10 R10 to recreational open space ROS, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing effective date.
Second.
We have a second from Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Viera,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Ingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Petro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on October 22nd at 5:01.
Thank you very much. Item number 5, Mr. Hay.
Thank you, Chairman David Hay, Planning Commission staff. The next item is TA-CPA 2016. It's Park Circle Park. It's in the Central Tampa Planning District. Again, in the old Seminole Heights neighborhood. It's about a block away from the last park that we just looked at. Here's the park. It's basically one residential lot right in the middle of this residential neighborhood. It does have access to the river. This is where Patterson Street Park is over. So it's just to the east of what we just saw. But again, it's here we're looking, this is the entire park. It's just a pocket park right on the river. When I was there, a woman was launching her canoe into the Hillsborough River. This is actually I'm standing at the front of the park looking out toward the surrounding neighborhood. They actually have this large green space right in the center of the road too. And this is some of the residential that faces, it's actually to the south of the park. Again, just like the last one, this parcel's residential 10. It would go to that rec open space category. The site could be considered for 2 units or 3,000, up to 3,000 square feet of non-residential. That would now be removed. Based on that, your Planning Commission recommends that TA CPA 2016 be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 5?
No one has registered to speak on this item.
Move to close.
We have a
Second.
motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilmember Goods. Any objection? Hearing none by unanimous consent, the hearing is now closed. Councilman Citro, if you would not mind reading number 5.
Not at all, Mr. Chair. Thank you. File number PA 20-16, ordinance be presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance amending the Image 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property generally located at 1208 East Park Circle and otherwise known as Park Circle Park, from residential 10, R10, to recreational open space, ROS, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Citro. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second from Councilmember Miranda. Roll call vote.
Viera,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Felder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on October 22nd at 5:01 p.m.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Hay, item number 6.
Thank you, Chairman. David Hay, Planning Commission staff. The next item is TA CPA 2017. This is Purity Springs Park. It's located within the University Planning District, and more specifically, the Lowry Park Central neighborhood. Here we have the subject site, again, another one adjacent to the Hillsborough River. This one's just separated from the river by North River Shore Drive. You could see it's kind of in a transitional area. You've got some multifamily to the north, and then as you move west, it goes down into single-family detached. And of course, this is just west of North Florida Avenue. You can just make out the tower, the river tower there to the east. Here we're looking west from North River Shore Drive across a portion of Purity Springs Park. This is the adjacent single-family detached neighborhood. This is actually the spring. There were people there using the spring. It was flowing. This we're looking northwest from North River Shore Drive. And this is the other side of the park along the Hillsborough River. One interesting thing we found out during this was, I guess there was a Purity Springs bottling company that actually would bottle the water here and sold it for like 20 or 30 years under the Purity Springs label. So that was something interesting that came out of this. But here we've got the majority of the site was already a public, semi-public. There was this portion in the northwest corner that was part of that residential 35. This would turn the whole park into the rec open space, removing the potential for 7 units or a maximum of 5,227 square feet. All new uses would need to be rec or open space oriented. And based on that, your Planning Commission recommends that TA CPA 2017 be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item, item number 6?
No, we don't have anybody who want to speak on this item.
Close.
We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Goods. Any objection? Hearing none by unanimous consent, the hearing is now closed. Councilman Citro, if you would not mind reading number 7.
Second.
Close.
Move to close.
Close.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Goods. Any objection? Hearing none by unanimous consent, the hearing is closed. Councilman Miranda, if you'd like to please read item number 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move item number 6, file number PA 20-17. An ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance amending the image 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property generally located at 8126 North River Shore Drive and otherwise known as Purity Spring Park from public, semi-public, P/SP and residential -35, R35 to recreational space R-OS, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Goods. Roll call vote.
Viera,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Petro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on October 22nd at 5:01 PM.
All right, Mr. Hay, we have 7 and 22 coming in together. Would you like to present 7? We won't vote on it, but we'll just, so you can go on your way.
I think Jennifer Malone was going to present that one, so maybe we should just do it later. Well, she's here now. It's whatever, up to council, however you'd like to.
Okay, because 22 is after 6 PM, so we can't get to it, but at least we can have the presentation and get it out of the way. So, but we're not voting on it yet. Item number 7, Ms. Malone.
Okay, great. Item number 7, may I have permission to share my screen?
Are you not taking them together or are you?
Well,
You're taking them separately?
I'm gonna hear it now because the other one we can't hear until 6, so they don't have to wait the whole time. Or what do you think, sir?
Well, you had indicated early on in the meeting that you were going to take them together. I think we should be consistent with that.
Well,
It's up
I
to
mean,
you, it's up to you, Mr. Chairman, but I don't know what the petitioner was told up front.
is the planning commission, are you gonna stay till the end of this meeting? Because it's almost the last item.
Well, it doesn't have to be. It could be moved up. You could move 22 up after 6 o'clock and take this one as soon as 6 o'clock comes around.
Okay, let's do that. And so we'll hold off on 7 and we'll wait till the 6 o'clock hour. So we'll go to item number 8. I apologize.
That's
Okay,
right.
thank you.
No problem.
Can I share my screen again, please? Thank you very much. Hopefully you could see my screen.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, this is the last part for this round. This is a transmittal hearing. This item is TA CPA 2012. It's Williams Park. It's located within the Central Tampa Planning District, more specifically the Eastern Heights neighborhood. Here we have the entire park. This is East Osborne Avenue. There's 2 schools just to the north. This is east of North 40th Street and south of East Hillsborough Avenue. And then you've got CSX Railroad right-of-way that is kind of on its eastern boundary. Here we're looking northeast from East Ellicott Street toward Williams Middle School. This is the portion of the park that's actually changing to the rec open space. This is the main part of the park. It already is rec open space. This is looking west toward north of 43rd Street across Williams Park. The site we were looking at is behind us to the right. And here we have the pool and recreation facilities in this park. So as I was saying, you could see the southern majority of the park is already that rec open space. There is some light industrial remaining on the north side. This is actually part of the park. I think it's more of a retention area. It's not an active part of the park, but you could see it's surrounded by single-family detached on 2 sides. And even though this is showing as light industrial to the north, it's actually the school. And this is a vacant lot to the east. If this amendment is approved, the whole park would now be rec open space. So based on the portion that was the light industrial, no residential can be considered, but 79,000 square feet of non-residential could have been considered in that portion. Now any development would need to be rec open space oriented. And your planning commission does recommend that TACPA 2012 be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 8?
We don't have anybody who want to speak on this item.
Thank you very much. Can I get a motion to close?
So moved.
Motion closed from Councilman Goods.
Second.
Second from Councilman Petro. Is there any objection? Hearing none, by unanimous consent, the hearing is closed. I believe I just need a motion to transmit the public hearing.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Citro. Roll call vote.
Viera,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Petro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
And Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes, sir.
thank you, sir. I always just like to, whenever we go over these, give a public shout out to my friend, our former colleague, Councilman Mike Suarez, who championed these plans. This, I think, took a lot of foresight and just reflects the kind of individual that, kind of public servant that Councilman Suarez is. So just wanted to give Mike a shout out.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, item number 9, we've already taken care of and continued it. So we go to the first rezoning, and that is item number 10. I see Mr. Manassi on. If we could get the applicant to turn on their camera so we can swear everybody in.
Chair, could we skip to the next item because we're having difficulties having the applicant and the representative sign on? So TNI is working with them as we speak.
Well, then we go to item number 11. Mr. Michelini, if you're on the line, please turn on your camera and we'll have everybody sworn in.
There yet?
We hear you, but we don't see you.
Okay. How about now?
Yes, we can see you. All right, we're gonna swear you in.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
You and the clerk's office did not receive any written comments on this item.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll begin.
Good evening, Council. Ryan Manassi with Planning and Development. Item number 11 is file number REZ 20-36 for the property located at 604 Channel Drive. They're requesting to go from RS60 residential single family to RS50 residential single family 50. I'd like to defer to the Planning Commission for their presentation and please return to me.
This is Danny Collins with the Planning Commission. Can you share my screen, please? Again, this is Danny Collins with the Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our first case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically within the Davis Islands Urban Village. The subject site is within the coastal high hazard area. The closest public recreation facility is Davis Islands Park, which is within a half a mile to the north of the subject site. The subject site is not located within proximity to transit, and the site is within the level A evacuation zone. Here is an aerial map of the subject site, properties. Subject site's outlined in this purplish color. You'll see the surrounding area is predominantly single family. And this is Channel Drive, running along the water, and this is Cayuga Avenue. Here's the adopted future land use map. The subject site is within that residential 10 future land use designation, which allows 10 dwelling units per acre. It's shown at it's represented by this tan color. Just to the north of the subject site is residential 20 house, 20 dwelling units per acre. Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and found it consistent with the development within single-family areas and within urban villages. The request would allow for compatible infill development within an area that is planned for development up to 10 dwelling units per acre. The proposed rezoning will create additional housing opportunities within the Davis Islands urban village. The urban villages are areas within the comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plan directs the greatest share of growth. The site is in the coastal high hazard area. Staff recommends that the applicant ensures that there will be no negative impacts on the hurricane evacuation times, routes, shelter demands for the residents of the proposed development, and to mitigate any negative impacts that may affect occupants of the residential units in the future. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff found the request consistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan, and I'm available for any questions.
Do we have any questions for the gentleman? All right.
Ryan Manassi, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. If you could please share my screen. If you'd let me know when you see rezoning 20-36.
We do. Go ahead.
Excellent. The petition again before you is file number or item number 11, file number REZ 20-36. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property at 604 Channel Drive from RS60 residential single family to RS50 residential single family. The property currently includes two platted lots, lots 12 and 13 on block 110 of the Davis Islands Country Club section. Lot 12 is irregularly shaped and measures approximately 60 feet in width with 110 feet in length, containing a total lot area of 6,600 square feet. Lot 13 is irregular shaped as well and measures approximately 50 feet in width and 107 feet in length, containing a total area of 5,350 square feet. The total combined area for both the lots is approximately 11,950 squar feet. The property currently has a detached single-family residential structure, and it's located on the southwest corner of the Channel Drive and East Cayuga Avenue intersection. It is surrounded by detached single-family residence to the north, south, and west in the RS60 zoning district, and right-of-way or the water to the east. The development must adhere to all City of Tampa land development regulations at time of permitting, and this being a Euclidean rezoning, waivers are not permitted to be requested. The staff analysis of the property, this is a Davis Islands, again, the Country Club section subdivision, which was originally platted in 1925 with lots ranging from 40 feet to 97 feet with typical and average lot widths of 50 feet and the depths varying between 109 and 217 feet. The subject property is located on block 110 of the subdivision, lots 12 and 13 again. The subject application seeks to reestablish those originally platted lots to create two buildable lots. The overall area of analysis includes portions of that Davis Islands Country Club section plat. The area of analysis included 192 total zoning lots, and 104 of them, or 54% of the lots, have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, to include 10 lots developed with a width of 60 feet to 64 feet. 3 of those lots with a width of 65 feet to 69 feet, and 35 of those lots with a width of 70 feet to 74 feet. 32 lots have been developed with a width of 75 feet to 79 feet, and 8 of those lots have been developed with a width of 80 feet to 99 feet. 16 lots developed with a width of greater than 100 feet, and 88 or 46% of those have been developed with a width of 59.99 feet or less. This includes 12 lots developed with a width of 55 feet to 59 feet, 67 lots developed with a width of 50 feet to 54 feet, 8 of those lots with a width of 45 feet to 49 feet, and 1 lot with the width of 33.99 feet. Pursuant to the review of the existing development pattern of the subject block, it contains 12 total zoning lots, and 7 or 58% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 5 or 42% of them have been developed with a lot width of 59.99 feet or less. The block face contains 5 total zoning lots. 4 or 80% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 1 or 20% of them have been developed with a lot of width of 59.99 feet or less. And showing on the screen right now is the conforming map, basically breaking down that data that I just read to you in the staff analysis. As you can see, the subject lot is outlined here in black and then hatched with the black striping. This is the aerial map, the subject property again outlined in red. And as you can see, the 1,000-foot buffer, there are no historic landmark structures, local or national, within the 1,000 feet. And these are some of the photos from the site itself. So this is the subject site. It's a single family detached dwelling unit right now. The south neighbor over here to the left, which would be the 606 Channel Drive, and then the west neighbor at 6 Cayuga Avenue. And the recommendation from the Development Review and Compliance staff stating that we have reviewed the application. We find the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Please reference the findings by the Planning, Design, and Development Coordination related to the existing development pattern in the immediate area. And planning, transportation, and natural resources staff are available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Mr. Manath, could you put up your most colorful map, please? Okay. All right. So just very slowly, you know, sometimes these colors are a little hard to grasp, especially, you know, when you're kind of zipping through them. So just go show us the subject site and verbally tell us where you're going and how large the surrounding sites are up and down and around the block.
Okay, so starting out with the subject site, if you can see my pointer, again, it's outlined in black right here. If you need me to zoom in, just let me know. I could probably zoom in on the slide a little bit.
If you want to, a little bit.
Let's see, that a little better? Well, I gotta see the writing. Okay. So again, where the cursor is, the subject site, and those are lots ranging from 100 feet plus, as you can see in the legend on the top of the screen. So there's 16 of those total lots in the staff analysis radius that we check, or the circumference of the circle. The property to the immediate west right here is also one of the larger lots that's included in that 16, and as well as the property to the south. Going along the south, you can see the lighter blue is 50 to 54 feet. And also on this west side of the block, there's 2 lots that are in that dimensional criteria or dimensional range. And then that lighter gray, where my cursor is right now, that's the lots that are 45 to 49 feet. As you can see, there are some other ones in the staff analysis review area, but for the immediate block, you would see these 2 right here. The pale yellow color, that's lots ranging, or the lot is ranging from 60 to 64 feet. And again, that's 1 of 10 in this staff analysis area. And then ending the block, you can see these irregularly shaped lots in this bright red. There's 8 of them total, 4 of them being on this block itself, and those are ranging from 80 to 99 feet in width. Did that answer most of your questions, sir?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. Is Mr. Dingfelder, are you on video? Oh, there you are. Did you draw? Okay.
I was hiding off the screen for a second. Thank you, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Wells. Okay, so and by the way, just as a matter of trivial pursuit, the diamond-shaped parcel down at the southern end, a plane overshot the runway, crashed into that house, and the house burned. Thank goodness nobody got hurt. That was about 15 years ago. But anyway, going back to the subject, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lots along the water there on the actual block face, and out of those 6, only 1 is in the 50 to 54 feet category. The rest of them are pretty much double lots, correct?
If I may, we do not count the subject parcel, so we would count the 5. So, but yes, you are correct, sir. So it'd be the 1, which is oversized, or 1 undersized lot between 50 and 54 feet, this light blue right here where my cursor is. And then for the block face analysis portion of this review, we would take the block or the lot immediate to the south neighboring property, and then these lots that are the bright red, which are the 80 to 99 feet. You are correct.
And then on the back side of the property, which is Columbia Drive. The immediate backstore neighbors looks like the identical double lot, correct?
The immediate, yes. So where my cursor is right here, that would be a lot 100 plus. And then you can see to the south of that, there are a few substandard lots for the zoning district. The light blues, but again, those would be the 50 to 54. And then to the south of that, there's the lighter gray blue, and that's 45 to 49 feet.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Anything else? All right. I believe that concludes that presentation. Mr. Michelini.
Yes, Council, Steve Michelini, and I'm representing the petitioner regarding this request to go from RS60 to RS50. What we're requesting to do is to restore the original plat that was established in 1925. And I've got some other exhibits that I'm going to ask to show. It shows a dominant development pattern here is trending toward these 50-foot lots, both from new development as well as historic development. The lots at the very south end near the airport are irregular. They have extraordinary widths, but they have shallow depths. They are not 100 feet in deep. They're less than that. They're about 80 feet in depth. But for the fact they have additional width on the frontage, they wouldn't be meeting the code either. One of the things that I wanted to point out is that these lots all face the industrial district. And when we went for a rezoning recently on two lots approximately 50 feet to the south of this, it was found to be consistent. And when we shifted northward, we found that there were additional 100 parcels that were added to the review area. And we've discussed this with staff, by the way, and we're asking them what was the difference between the two different reviews. We have an issue regarding the calculations. If you recall from the Planning Commission's report, half of the block to the south is residential 20, and it is developed almost the entire block except for one of the lots in multifamily. But they're shown on your distribution and analysis sheet. Some of them are being shown as red, which is skewing some of the calculations. In addition to that, directly across the street to the west, on the other side of Columbia, is a Tampa fire station. That's being shown as red, and it has 8 development lots that's also skewing the data. So let me see if I can get this screen to show you. Can you share that screen? Is that?
Yeah, we can see it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. This entire area here is the fire station. And this is the subject parcel here. And then if you look up here, everything except that lot right there those are apartments. Going from here, going northward, let me show you that other, the other screen here. All of these are 10-unit apartments or more. And then this one corner here is a single family. It's a 50-foot lot. So I think that, there are some mitigating circumstances here that should be considered. Let me see if I can get this other scan to show up. Oh, well, I've got operator error here.
You got to use that bottom screen first and maybe close that out.
Close it. Well, anyway, maybe you can see. Can you see this?
You got to stop sharing your screen so let me see. Can we see that? Somewhat. Yeah, we can see it a little bit better now. We see the yellow and then,
Okay, all of those X's are 50-foot lots. And if you take out the apartments and the fire station, you'll see that our petition is right in the center of.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, I can't see what he's referring to. I just see a picture of a big house.
no, on his camera, not his screen. Look at his camera. Mr. Michelini, if you can close out your screen and we just go back to your camera.
Okay.
Yeah, or you can just click on Michelini's screen and you can make it bigger from there if you're using the GoToMeeting.
Is that better?
Can you see it now, Councilman Dingfelder?
Not really, but.
Is there any way for Su Ling to make that the main screen, Mr. Michelini's screen?
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it. You see the X's there.
If that star is our subject property. And with the exception of the star, that all of those X's are 50-foot lots. Can you still see that?
Yes, sir.
And then,
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
point of order. Is it possible Mr. Michelini can take the photo of the house and use his regular camera to show that? I mean, that's too far away for me to see what he's talking about. I'm sorry.
You guys, if you go in the little screen and hover over it, there's two arrows that point up and down. If you click on that, it'll make it the main screen.
Yeah, it'll make it bigger.
Yes.
Go to Michelini's screen and then you'll see the two arrows. You click it and then it makes him the center screen, so you'll see it much bigger.
this might be easier to see.
All right,
What are
I
the people,
got it.
what are the people at home seeing? I'm curious, or the public?
They're seeing what I'm showing you on the screen.
Yeah.
In your little square is the question. I don't know what the public is seeing.
Steve, is it possible that Ryan could just put up his picture and then you could just navigate around there? If you're differing with Ryan's calculation, maybe.
Yeah, he can show his screen and I can show you what we're talking about that should be considered something other than larger lots.
Yeah, maybe you can just say left, right, or north, south, or whatever. You know.
Well, I sent this to Ryan by email, so he should have the same documents. I could, if he'll show his documents, I'll go through them.
Zoom in. Can you guys see that?
I don't see it over here.
I have my screen up, so if you just tell me if you see it and what you want me to do.
Ryan, if you would show them the fire station parcel and the apartments.
I believe this is Ryan Manassi with Planning and Development. I believe this is the fire station you're referring to, Mr. McLean?
Correct.
Vicksburg Square at Cayuga and Davis.
That's correct. That's the firehouse.
Right,
Okay.
and there's eight lots there that are being shown as part of the calculation. And then if you go further north on Columbia, you have an RM16 and a PD. And all of that from there, all the way north up to nearly the corner, those are all apartments. So anyway, my point is that we are not that inconsistent with what is being proposed with what, the existing development pattern is. We did talk to the neighbors. I walked around and met with them personally, including the ones immediately adjacent to this. They had no objection whatsoever to this proposal. And the Davis Island Civic Association was contacted and they advised us they had no objection to this going forward. It is minimally disruptive. It mimics the pattern that's already occurring along the area that faces the industrial area of the port. I couldn't determine that there were any negative impacts. again, the calculations, if you revise them and you take out these multifamily and don't count them as larger residential lots, it increases our percentage to just close, very close to 50% of the area is single family 50-foot lots. There are 15 lots that are not single family that are shown. They're just counted because of the way the city analysis is set up. They just count the lots. They don't count the use of whether it's single family or multifamily. And from 503 to 517 Columbia, those are all multifamily. There are a number of other examples of new construction as well as historic 50-foot lots that are in the area. The residential 20 recognizes that immediately adjacent to this to the north is a higher intensity development, which makes all of those apartments compatible and makes them consistent with the land use designation. So, we believe it's consistent with the land use plan. The only objection came from LDC, and that was based upon the block face and the calculations for 50-foot versus 60-foot or greater lots. It does not create a new development pattern. It mimics and duplicates the pattern that's already there. And as I showed you on the one scan, it is basically in the center of a redevelopment area that's 50-foot lots. The aviation, I'm sorry, what? The Aviation Authority, we were required to submit an application to the Aviation Authority, and they approved the development as far as being and approvable for this area. So I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. Like I said, the immediate adjacent property owners had no objection. And from experience, if Davis had issues, they would be down here in force. So we are respectfully requesting your approval. And I think that we've demonstrated that this is not a new development pattern. It does not have a negative impact. And it is consistent with all of the other departments. And the advisory opinion of the Land Development Coordination is that when they did their analysis, that they came up with a different conclusion, but it was based upon the way they analyzed the development pattern. One other thing is that we recognize that other pattern. We think that you all should recognize that other pattern. The staff indicated to me that they could not do anything other than to recognize that the lots were there and they didn't look at the uses. So again, just in summary, we were adjacent to a number of residential multifamily properties, a fire station. We look out over the industrial area of the Port Authority, and we are in the epicenter of 50-foot development lots, both to the south of us, or I'm sorry, to the north of us. And on the south of us are the irregular shaped lots that are wide but not deep. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Do we have any questions for the petitioner?
A question for Ryan, at which point Mr. Michelini, I guess, could rebut, but that's up to Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I was waiting for your permission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ryan, Mr. Michelini says that the city's calculations are inaccurate, specifically as related to the approximately 8 lots of the firehouse, and also some of the apartments that are along Columbia Drive. I mean, there are apartments on Columbia Drive. I can't tell exactly where they are, which block they're in. I can't remember, but anyway, so did we take that into consideration? Did we I mean, I would agree. The firehouse isn't going anywhere. It's a public use. Anyway, you have any response, Ryan?
Sure, sir. Just to address it, so the 8 number, I just want to make a clarification that this firehouse lot is counted as one lot. As Mr. Michelini stated, there may be 8 platted lots, but for the staff analysis, it accounted for 1 lot that was in the total of 16 of these plus 100 lots. Now, as far as we do our analysis, I believe it was council's direction to do them this way. I see Mary popped on to give a little bit of history prior to my time at rezoning, and she may be able to better describe how they previously did the conforming maps and now how we do them currently.
Mary, I guess you want to be sworn in if you're going to chime in, but I guess I'm sort of surprised that we count public property like a firehouse. So, I mean, I would just probably delete it from the calculation completely, but I don't really know.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mary Samaniego for the record. Over the years, where do I begin? To answer your basic question, staff was directly, City Council directed staff exactly how to do these maps. We did not take into consideration existing zoning, major roadways, or existing uses. We were to look at a 1320 radius and count all developable lots accordingly. Staff used to look at a 9-block, as of maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, when this change happened, we used to look at a 9-block study area, and we would only look at detached single-family lots because that was staff's thought of what we were comparing, the development pattern of detached single-family lots. If there was a major roadway like Dale Mabry, we wouldn't cross that major arterial or collector. If it was along, if there was a frontage on the boundary of a neighborhood that was commercially generally zoned, we wouldn't normally have included those. But after much discussion, and we used to just do red and blue, more than 60 and less than 60. Again, at City Council specific direction, we had, I think, a workshop on it and multiple meetings. And this was how City Council directed staff on how to do the maps. Again, 1320, and not consider the existing zoning district nor the existing use. Staff is more than happy to do an alternative method, but I would encourage City Council to make sure that the method that we use is consistent from case to case and not necessarily look at different criteria, different types of lot for each individual, different type for each case. I don't know if the city attorney's office want to chime in on that thought.
Anything from any of our attorneys?
Thank you. I apologize. I turned my camera off instead of my microphone on. Kate Wells, Chief Assistant City Attorney. With respect to this evening's petition, I would submit that council should review this based upon the standards that have been adopted by council and implemented by staff during the last year as described by Ms. Samaniego. To the extent that council wants to change direction, that would be for future consideration once we amend the code to address that. So just asking council to implement and abide by the standards in the code as adopted currently. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, sir? Anything else? All right. We will go to public comment. If there is anybody registered to speak for public comment, if not at the Tampa Convention Center.
No one has registered to speak on this item.
And there's no one at the Tampa Convention Center at this time.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else before we ask for a motion to close?
One other question for the petitioner.
Yes, Councilman Dingfelder.
Mr. Michelini, you had mentioned something about Davis Island Civic Association. I'm confident that you noticed them, and you can confirm that. But did you speak to anybody with the Civic Association in regard to this, or was it just silence? You assumed that they had no objection?
No, sir. We contacted them to discuss this specific project. And they confirmed it again in an email to us yesterday that said that they did not oppose this nor approve it, but they didn't have any objection.
And who was that?
Janice Davis.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Can I have a rebuttal time, right?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I would just say that, that there are mitigating circumstances here that are due to be considered for this proposal. And I pointed them out. It's the staff followed the direction that they had, but I think that, when you add these other properties in that clearly are not single family, and they're showing up as larger than 60-foot lots, that at the very least, the council has the discretion. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, sir.
At the very least, the council has the discretion to take that into consideration. We didn't create those anomalies, and we obviously are following a development pattern that's already, we're in the middle, as I pointed out to you with those exhibits, in the middle of an area that is clearly moving toward 50-foot lots. And we would certainly appreciate consideration. And as I said, I think council has a discretion to consider those other elements. That's the only thing that was an objection regarding our petition. All the other agencies, including the Planning Commission, found it consistent. We went to an extraordinary length to also request the Aviation Authority approval because, as you know, they're concerned about additional homes within the flight path of the airport, and we were found to be consistent by them. When you compare the two different analysis, the one that we did just 6 or 7 months ago at 522 Channel Drive, and you compare the analysis of this one at 604 Channel Drive, 522 was found to be consistent. It's approximately 100 feet north of this property. And this one is being found inconsistent. And there were additional 100 properties that were added. So as Mary Samaniego pointed out, they changed the way they did the analysis, and we added 9 more lots or blocks to the evaluation. So anyway, I think that we're consistent. I think that we certainly have met the criteria. We are not introducing negative impacts on the area, and we would respectfully request your approval.
All right. Do we have a motion to close? I believe I already asked for public comment. We had none. All questions were answered by council.
Move to close.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, I believe, with the second from Councilman Citro. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the hearing is closed. Councilmember Citro, would you mind reading item number 11?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. File number REZ 20-36, a substitute and ordinance being presented for the first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 604 Channel Drive in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family to RS50 residential single family, providing an effective date as the applicant has met the burden of proof with competent and substantial evidence.
Second.
We have a second from Councilman Vieira. Roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Boots,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
I'm gonna hesitantly vote yes. I remember when all those were big ranches on large lots, but I would agree with Mr. McElhaney that the development pattern is changing. It's a very high priced area, and people are doing lot splits now. I'll vote yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on October 22nd at 5:01 PM.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Um,
council.
So we can get Miss Malone on her way and go back to item number 7, which will take with item number 22 because it is already past 6 o'clock and we can get that out of the way and then go from there. So Ms. Malone, if you'd like to present item number 7.
Thank you, Chairman. I would ask permission to share my screen, please. Okay, I hope everybody can see the screen. Where this is Tampa Comprehensive Plan and Map Amendment 2019 along North Havana Avenue. This is located in the Central Tampa Planning District as well as within the West Tampa Urban Village. This is just north of West Columbus Drive along North Havana Avenue at the corner of North Havana Avenue and West Kathleen Street. This is an auto-oriented use just to the south of the subject site. These are single-family houses along West Columbus Drive. There's also single-family houses along West Kathleen Street. This building that I'm pointing out with my mouse is the Hillsborough Classroom Teachers Association. This is an office building, and these are a commercial use to the south along West Columbus Drive. The request is privately initiated, small scale at approximately 0.2 acres from residential 10 to community mixed use 35. I'll show some site pictures now. This is the subject site located at Havana Avenue. It is currently a single-family detached home. We are facing south towards West Columbus Drive. This is that office building across the street that also has the community mixed use 35 designation. And we can see South Columbus Drive, West Columbus Drive in the distance. Moving north of the subject site, this is the Hillsborough Classroom Teachers Association, which is an historic building to the north of the subject site along North Havana Avenue. This is a single family home along West Kathleen Street. And then we have some more homes along West Kathleen Street in the surrounding area. And then this is that auto-oriented use that I pointed out earlier that is at the corner of North Havana Avenue and West Columbus Drive. The adopted future land use of the subject site is residential 10. That is the orange color on the map, and the subject site is outlined in those black hash marks. To the south is community mixed use 35, which is in that pink color. That pattern is along West Columbus Drive, and it also continues slightly to the north along Havana. This, where my cursor is right now, is the Hillsborough Classroom Teachers Association building, has that community mixed use 35 land use designation. The south side of West Columbus Drive is community commercial 35, which does allow for those more intensive commercial uses. And this is the proposed future land use map, recognizing the lot as community mixed use 35. This would increase the potential units from 2 to 7, but more importantly, it would increase the square footage allowed from approximately 3,000 square feet to approximately 17,000 square feet. Community mixed use 35 designation allows residential units to be developed under the dwelling units or the floor area ratio. So this 17,000 square feet could be a combination, or it could be only dwelling units or only the floor area ratio, whichever benefits the developer. The Planning Commission did find this consistent with the comprehensive plan. While the plan does seek to protect existing residential areas, there is that statement that it needs to balance the need for new development. The community mixed use 35 FLU does allow for some commercial uses. However, staff in their review found that any proposed development will be subject to the rezoning process. Those screening and buffering requirements will be in place through the land development code. And again, that location of the subject site, given its proximity and community 35 already in the surrounding area, were taken into consideration as well. More policies that were cited in the report are the policies that state that we need to designate enough land for housing to meet Tampa's growing population. This would also promote that compact city form strategy, encourages mixed use infill development within proximity to transit and employment services. As I said, this is very close to West Columbus Drive, which has that transit and those employment services available. And again, lastly, INF policy 1.1.17 directs the city to direct, quote, the greatest share of growth, unquote, to the urban villages. And this is within that West Tampa urban village. So the planning commission did find this consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. We had no objections from the agencies when this was sent out for review, and I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? All right, Mr. Shelby, can
Mr.
we,
Chairman, I'm sorry. So what procedurally, what are you doing? You're going to do 22 and then we'll have separate votes? What are we?
that's what I was gonna ask Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, can we take this vote now and then discuss 22, or hear everything together and then take the votes?
I would recommend at this point in time, you take them separately. There are separate criteria that you rely on. There are separate burdens. And frankly, when the comprehensive plan is non-quasi judicial with a fairly debatable standard, and the other one, which has to be open with the 6 o'clock hearings, is quasi judicial, which has a burden of requiring competent substantial evidence. So that being the case, it's better just to take them both. You have the petitioner present, take them both at the same time. Kate, did you want to say something?
Ms. Wallace?
Yeah, I think it would be appropriate for the petitioner, and if there are any other representatives for the petitioner, that they be added as panelists at this time.
Okay,
Yes.
and can I get a motion to open the 6 o'clock hearings?
Mr. Chairman.
We have a
All of
motion-
them? All of them, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, all of them. It's already past 6, so we just get it out of the way.
Okay.
We have a motion for Councilman Vieira, second for Councilman Miranda. Any objection? Hearing none by unanimous consent. All the hearings are now open. Okay,
The petitioner for number 7 and number 22?
do we
You
have
have
them
the
on?
speakers as well?
And
Yes.
if they do, swear them in.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, everyone.
All right.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Let's begin.
Are we going forward with item number 22? I'm sorry.
Yes, and then
Oh,
once we,
Are we doing, we haven't finished 7. Do you want the presentation? I'm confused about how this is going to proceed.
we've heard the presentation for 7, and then we can do the presentation for 22 and then take the vote one after another. Is that all right?
I suggest we hear from the petitioner with regard to the plan amendments,
Okay.
and then hear from the public regard to the plan amendments. And then if you want to move on and then hear the rezonings and then close them both and take them together, you can do it that way. Or the cleanest way to do it is to do them separately.
Okay, so we've already heard the presentation for item number 7. Petitioner for item number 7, if you'd like to go ahead and speak.
Mr. Chairman, I guess the question I would have is, did they see the presentation from staff?
Petitioner, did you see the presentation about this future land use item for 30007 North Havana Avenue? Mr. Alvarez, did you hear everything up until
Yes.
this point? All right, and there's another gentleman. Did you hear it, sir?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So they've heard it.
May I ask why both of them are registered as Zachary Alvarez, maybe Ms.?
Yeah, I
You
can
can
speak to
tell
that.
us.
So my engineer, Braulio Grajales, who is on my login as well, he was having technical difficulties with his link, so I forwarded my link to him and he was able to join that way.
Okay.
You identified
You are the
yourself.
petitioner and he is your engineer? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So you've heard the presentation there for item number 7. Is there anything you'd like to say at this point?
Yeah, I just want to, first of all, I want to thank Jennifer for an excellent presentation.
And please state your name, sir. State your name.
And good evening, Mr. Chairman, commissioners and members of the staff. My name is Braulio Grajales. I am the agent for this case, and I will be the engineer of record for this project.
I'm here before you to representing Mr. Zach and Christina Alvarez. I will let them speak what their vision is about this area and what they're proposing to do right after I respond to any questions you may have.
All right.
Okay, thank you, Braulio. Thank you, council members. So my wife and I, this is Christina. We are fairly young, getting into the development space in West Tampa. Both of us have been third generation Tampa natives. Both our grandparents and parents grew up in the West Tampa area just down the street from this development. So it's been a real prized possession for us to kind of redevelop and have the opportunity to grow the value in the area and also move renters out of the area and bring in buyers. So by doing that, we're looking to develop townhomes, really beautiful 3-story townhomes with a rooftop on this property to be sold, not to be rented. And that is our vision for the project on 3007 Havana.
All right, do we have any questions for the petitioner? Any questions for the engineer? All right, Mr. Dingfelder, did you say something?
No, I'll hold my comment till the rezoning. I think we're still in the comp plan, right?
Yes, sir. All right, do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 7?
We don't have any live speaker for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I get a motion to close this?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Wells.
Before you close, Kate Wells, Chief Assistant City Attorney, I just want to remind City Council that this is a comprehensive plan amendment. And while the petitioner has indicated to council their intention for how they're going to develop the property, the issue at this point is the appropriateness of the proposed plan amendment to CMU 35. And keep in mind that notwithstanding what the petitioner has represented, how they intend to develop the property, by going to a CMU 35 designation, that would allow for a variety of different uses at this parcel. And that is the question before City Council, is the appropriateness of the proposed CMU 35 designation within the Thank you.
All right.
Okay, council, does anybody have any questions of staff with regard to that? Okay, Mr. Chairman, could you also ask about TCC?
Was there anybody at the Tampa Convention Center? I believe there was not. Is there?
No, sir, there's no one at the Tampa Convention Center.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to close?
Close.
Motion closed from Councilman Goose. Do we have a second?
Second.
From Councilman Carlson. Any objection? Hearing none, we have closed the hearing by unanimous consent without any objection. Councilmember Carlson, would you please read item number 7?
Yes, sir. Hang on a second. Like to move file number PA 20-19, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property generally located at 3007 North Havana Avenue from residential 10 R10 to community mixed use 35 CMU 35, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Goods. Roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Pedro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on October 22nd at 5:01 p.m.
All right. We will now go to item number 22. We've already opened these public hearings. So whomever wishes to proceed, you are, Mr. Alvarez and the engineer are on. So just please raise your right hand again to be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you. And the clerk's office did not receive any written comments on this item.
Thank you very much. Mr. Manassi.
Thank you, Chair. Ryan Manassi, Planning and Development. Item number 22 is rezoning file number REZ 20-67. It's for the property located at 3007 North Urbana Avenue. They're requesting to go from RS50 residential single family zoning to a PE or residential single family attached. I refer to the Planning Commission for their.
Can you share my screen, please?
Please share. All right, we can see it. Go ahead.
All right, going in view, 1 second. There we go. This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically within the West Tampa Urban Village. The closest recreation facility is Capaz Park, which is located 1 block to the north of the subject site. The closest transit stop is 1 block to the south of the subject site at the corner of Havana Avenue and Columbus Drive. The site is within a level E evacuation zone. I know Jennifer went over the maps. I'll go over them briefly. This is the subject site here, outlined in this purple color. You'll see this is Kathleen Street. This is North Urbana Avenue. You'll see residential as you move away from Urbana and Columbus. This is the adopted future land use map. The site is currently under the residential 10 future land use designation. As proposed, it would go to that CMU 35, and you'll see that CMU 35 along this portion of Havana and along Columbus Avenue. The proposed plan development furthers several comprehensive plan policies. The proposed townhomes are oriented towards Havana Avenue with 1 automobile entrance on the eastern portion of the site off Kathleen Street. By orienting the townhomes towards Havana Avenue, which is a collector roadway, the proposed plan development will design protects single-family residences to the east along West Kathleen Street. The townhomes fronting North Urbana Avenue include the front doors facing the sidewalk, which will provide pedestrian access to the public right-of-way and a safe pathway for the amenities located within the West Tampa Urban Village. Finally, the proposed plan development would provide for a development pattern that would be comparable and compatible with the existing development pattern, while also being consistent with the long-term development pattern anticipated under the Community Mixed Use 35 future land use designation. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan, and I'm available for any questions.
Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Hearing none. All right, Mr. Manassi.
Thank you, sir. Please share my screen. And if you would, let me know when you guys see it.
The only question I have for Mr. Collins is that glass looks suspiciously like beer, Danny.
Yeah, I noticed that screen too, though, for the record.
What's wrong with that?
Excellent. Ryan Manassi, Planning and Development. Item number 22 is file number REZ 20-67. This is for the applicant, which is proposing to rezone the property located at 3007 North Havana Avenue from residential single family RS50 to planned development PD to allow for the development of 3 residential single family attached dwelling units. The property currently contains a single family residential dwelling unit that will be demolished. The 0.20 acre property is located on the southeast intersection of Havana Avenue and Kathleen Street. The site is located in the West Tampa overlay and must comply with West Tampa overlay district development standards. The applicant proposes to construct 3-story structure with a rooftop terrace for a residential townhouse use. Each unit proposes a 2-car garage with vehicular access to the northeast on West Kathleen Street. The subject site is surrounded by residential uses to the north in the RS50 zoning district and commercial uses to the south in the CG zoning district. Residential uses to the east in the RS50 zoning district. And there's a PD over to the west, and that's file number file Z03110, ordinance 03-232. The PD setbacks are listed or are being requested as follows: the north 17 feet, the south 16 feet, the west 24 feet, and the east 29 feet. The maximum building height is proposed at 40 feet, and there's a total of 7 required parking spaces, and 7 are being provided. On the screen in front of you show the waivers that are being requested through this petition. The zoning map will show the outlined property in green, or I'm sorry, hatched in green where my cursor is. And as you can see, there's a PD to the west, the OP a little bit to the northwest, and then all this is the RS50. The aerial map again, just showing you a little more. It does show the 1,000-foot buffer that is placed around the subject parcel. And as it identified on the map, there are no local or national historic structures in the area. And the site plan, if you'd see here as described in the summary, the access onto Kathleen Street with, so the neighbors to the north here would be that RS50 zoning, as well as over here to the east. Access for these single family dwelling attached would be here. Units 1, 2, 3 with the parking provided, and then the visitor space and the pedestrian connection onto North Havana Avenue. As you can see, the front door is labeled here. These are some elevations that were submitted with the site plan. The front elevation over here, the rear, the side, and the right side, which are requested to be placed as cardinal directions between first and second reading of the revision sheet. The subject property here, the 2 photos, and then the neighbors to the west, that'd be across Havana, and the north neighbors, typical RS50 zoning district, single family dwelling units, and the east neighbors going down the street facing east. The development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. In the event the City Council approves the requested waivers that are listed in the staff report, the additional modifications must be completed between first and second reading as defined or shown in the revision sheet of the staff report. And staff as well, or planning staff, as well as natural resources and transportation are available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Hearing none, we have the petitioners on. If you'd like to present, please. Mr. Alvarez.
No, so I mean, again, yeah, just kind of reiterating again, very basic concept here. We're trying to maximize the value of the land in the West Tampa area by our ask of CMU 35. We want to continue to drive the comps up in the area. We love investing and growing the area. So we hope this to be a splash in the neighborhood. And we appreciate everybody's hearing, and we also appreciate Jennifer Malone and Mr. Ryan Manassi for presenting on our behalf.
All right, do we have any questions for the petitioner? Mr. Dingfelder, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the petitioner and their engineer for this good presentation. So I guess it's the driveway is going to load from the rear. We come around Kathleen and then turn up a common driveway. Is that correct, Mr. Engineer?
That is correct.
Okay, and since you guys are, as you described, young developers, I was just curious, are you familiar with the city's front porch ordinance?
No, sir.
Okay. And engineer, what's your name again? I'm sorry.
That's fine. No worries. It's Braulio Grajales with High Point Engineering.
All right. I'll stick with Braulio.
You got it. Thank you.
Thank you. So the front porch ordinance, just very quickly, and I don't know if it can work here. Maybe you could modify your site plan after the fact.
Between first and second reading.
Possibly, but we try and incentivize builders to use, to include front porches where possible. And what we do is we allow you to intrude into the setback without with a legitimate front porch. So, I don't know if that's what your concept is, and I know you have limited space and all that. I think it's a very impressive design and a good location for this project. I'm very familiar. We're all very familiar with that. Habana's, busy, and obviously Columbus is very busy. But anyway, I just wanted to make you aware of it. If not for this project, please look into it and for future projects. And maybe Mr. Manass can inform you about it at a later date. But I just wanted to throw it out there. And just the council, as a matter of public interest, and I know Charlie, you'll appreciate this, but I was walking door to door 2 blocks north of here, and I knocked on the lady's door, and it turned out to be Lou Pinella's family household, right? And it's Cordelia Street. And I remember chatting with his mother. That was like 20 years ago or something like that. But that was kind of a big thrill. And then eventually I see the city name that park, that little ballpark, Lou Pinella Park.
Yeah, his brother lives there now. He's usually out sitting in the driveway.
Oh, yeah?
Or in the carport. Yep.
Very cool. Anyway, to the Alvarez family, good luck with that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And we will consider future porches on potentially this project. If we got the room, I'd love to please the city. And then on future projects, we'll definitely put that on the radar.
If I may, Ryan Manasseh with Planning Development. So this is a plan development that policy or code section doesn't apply to a PD. It'd have to be shown on the plan development. I believe what Councilman Dingfelder is referring to is the code section that typically allows for RS50 and in some cases through a design exception in RS60 zoning district of front porch intrusion, which is either allowed per code or done administratively. But in this case, it would not be allowed for this PD. What is being shown is the provided setbacks and the design and outline of the building structure. I just want to make that point clear.
And Ryan, when I came back to council a year ago, I made a motion, and I guess it's still pending, to modify the code to expand the use of the front porch amendment into the other zoning categories. And I don't know where we are on that, but that's a discussion for another night. But anyway, it's unfortunate. It doesn't look like it's available on this one, Mr. and Mrs. Alvarez. But down the road, I think it's really a neat idea. I think council is excited by it to encourage, front porches for a variety of reasons. But obviously you're invested in the neighborhood, and hopefully you'll be able to take opportunity to do it down the road. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions for the petitioners? Hearing none, do we have anybody for public comment on item number 22, whether registered or in person at the convention center?
We don't have any live speaker nor at the convention center.
Move to
Okay.
close, Mr. Chairman.
Wait, does the applicant have anything else to say? Any rebuttal, anything?
No, I just want to thank you, Ryan, for his excellent presentation. And with that being said, thank you very much for your time and the opportunity to speak before you.
All right, thank you very much. We have a motion
Move to
from
close.
Councilman Miranda. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Goods. Is there any objection to closing the public hearing? Hearing none, by unanimous consent with any objection, the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Dingfelder, would you mind taking item number 22?
Go ahead and let somebody else take it. It looks like it got cut off from my.
Councilmember Goods, would you like to take it, or Councilman Miranda?
I'll take it, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. File number 22, file number REZ 20-67. Move an ordinance presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 3007 North Urbana Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly scrapping section 1 from zoning districts classification RS50, residential single family to PD plan development, residential single family attached, providing an effective date.
Second.
Second from Councilman Citro. Roll call vote.
Viera,
Yes.
Boots,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Cedro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on October 22nd at 5:01 PM.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll go back to item number 10. We have Mr. Perry Sullivan. Sir, if you are on, please turn on your camera and we'll start swearing everybody in for item number 10.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes?
it was my understanding that as close to 6 o'clock, and I know it's 6:46, we were going to go and try and do all the second readings before we can.
Okay, let's do that. And those should go smoothly and then we'll finish up these rezonings. You're right. Then we're gonna jump to item number 14. Their second reads. We have a few of them here, I think 6 or 7. All right, item number 14, which is the second reading.
Thanks much for me to show up here.
I mean, if you do, I don't know that yet. That's why I came back. I say I don't.
He said.
Is the petitioner present?
Do we have the petition for item number 14? Item number 14.
Yes, Mr. Chris Hemmings, he just needs to unmute himself and turn on his camera.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, could I just say I was absent at a couple of these votes, but I read through the files, so I felt comfortable voting on them.
Okay. Okay, very good. All right, we have Mr. Hemmings on the line. Go ahead.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And the clerk's office did receive written comments on this item.
All right, thank you very much. Who would like to begin? Councilman Dingfelder.
Yeah, just as a point of order, and I just wanted to refresh council's memory about this one. This is in Armory Gardens. I'm not testifying, but I'm just locating everybody to where we were. 2709 West North B.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt Councilman Dingfelder.
Yes,
But
sir.
is this part of a presentation? I'm just curious as to.
This is the initiation of my motion to oppose the rezoning.
We haven't even,
We have to hear testimony from the folks here first.
Oh, this was second reading. Yeah, go ahead.
It is, but there's still an opportunity to speak. All right.
There's an opportunity for, there's an opportunity for staff to speak, council to have questions of staff. There's an opportunity for Mr. Hemmings to make a presentation to address perhaps some concerns and points that he wants to bring to his council's attention. And certainly questions available to be asked by city council of the petitioner, and then allow the public, and then we can be able to address issues after that.
Okay, Ms. Samaniego, did you have your hand up there? Yes.
yes, sir. Per procedure, Mary Samaniego, this is a second reading for Euclidean rezoning, so there was no site plan. I defer to the applicant.
All right, Mr. Hemmings. You're muted, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Are you asking what we're proposing, or?
Do you have anything else regarding your application? Anything to say? Any other presentation?
No, we just, we appreciated the city council approving our first reading, and we hope that they would vote favorably in this reading.
All right. Do we have any questions for the petitioner? Anybody else? No? Do we have any public comment for item number 14? Item number 14.
No, we don't have any live speaker to speak on this item.
I'm sorry.
Correction, we do have a live speaker on this item.
Yes,
Do we have anybody at the convention center?
There's no one at the Tampa Convention Center, but we do have a live speaker, and I'm pulling over Sandra Sanchez. She just
Okay.
needs to unmute herself and turn on her video.
All right. Ms. Sanchez, if you could turn on your camera and unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
After she's sworn, please.
Yes. Ms. Sanchez, if you can hear me, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself, and we'll swear you in so you can speak. There she is. All right, Ms. Sanchez, we saw you. There you go. We can see you. Are you unmuted? Please turn on your microphone.
I question why she's holding a phone.
Probably getting IT help, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know.
She's unmuted, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Ms. Sanchez, if you could say something, if we could hear you.
Can't see her mouth.
She's trying to get some help, I think.
Ms. Sanchez, you may want to connect via your computer audio because the phone is not working. We cannot hear you.
Mr. Chairman, maybe we should hold this for a little bit. And
And Mr. Chair, you have to excuse me for 5 minutes. My mother is dropping off my son. So just give me a minute.
Go do daddy duty.
Mr. Chairman, while we're waiting, on a note of levity, I was thinking that if we're still doing this come Halloween, we should all dress up for the occasion.
I have a few costumes.
Yeah, kids, come on, kids, you got a football helmet or something you can wear. Come on.
Well, I got my mask.
Perfect. Perfect. Citro's ready.
We can call him Dr. Citro. It's got his surgical mask.
Dr. Citro, MD. Oh boy.
Artie, what are you going to dress up as?
thank you for asking. I have to give it some thought. It's a good one. Okay, well, we see Ms. Sanchez now. We just can't hear her.
How about a Supreme Court justice? Could we put you in a robe and a wig?
No, thank you.
Okay, sir. What I did was connect her via my line. You can see her on video, so she's able to speak.
Okay, Ms. Sanchez, can you hear us?
I assume the answer is no.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, go ahead. Please raise your right hand. They're going to swear you in.
Oh, okay.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, my name is Sandy Sanchez, and I live at 2705 West Fig Street in the Armory Gardens community. It's a neighborhood of narrow streets and occasional sidewalks. I know you must be tired, because I am, because I listen to all the reports from the on the city council for the police department and the importance of safety of the community and the officers in Tampa. I know many statistics centered around crime, but there is one issue that is continually ignored, and that is the dangerous traffic issues in our neighborhood. This is especially important in our older neighborhoods. This is why we are against the zoning change from RM15 to RM18 for 2709 North B. Every time you allow some change for multifamily housing, you put the neighborhood at risk. Your constituents jeopardize their safety every time they have to walk around the cars to walk around the block or get to the Villa Brothers Park. The addition of these 3 homes would add more cars to our streets. The request for 2709 West Fig may appear to just be 2 more homes, but that does not reflect the overall picture of this neighborhood. Let's just take this one block of Fig Street between Arawana and Havana. 5 years ago, there were 12 single-family older homes with 1 or 2 cars per home. Today, there are 15 homes with 2 to 3 cars apiece for almost 30 cars on that block. If you add another 3 homes, that will give us 18 homes for an addition of 36 to 40 cars in just one block. Imagine if that was on every block in our street. That is why we, the Armory Gardens community, ask that you deny this petition. This isn't just 2 more homes in a decision that you continue to make false belief that this is improvements to our neighborhood. Just as a sidebar, the newest home on this block sold for $610,000. The condos directly across from these planned homes sold for $425,000 each. And by the way, the parking for those condos is through the alley. They do not clutter the streets. Do you think that adding parking issues to our neighborhood will increase the property value? I think not. In October, a neighborhood workshop is scheduled to address overcrowding in our neighborhoods. I hope you will be watching and listening to complaints from your constituents. We understand that family houses is needed, but there are ways to compromise with the communities and some simple adjustments. Either move the structures back 5 to 10 feet or have the parking in the back. I would be remiss if I didn't ask you to deny this petition for the Armory Gardens community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
No, we don't. That was the only speaker we had registered.
And then nobody is at the convention center.
That's correct.
All right. Are there any other questions, comments, anything from Mr. Hemmings?
Mr. Hemmings.
Yes, thank you. I would just say, I know there was a question about cars on the street. Our site plan calls for 2-car garages with full driveways for the 3 townhome units. And, you know, there will be parking for 4 cars per each unit within the confines of the lot. So we don't anticipate, you know, parking on the street ever. So I'm hopeful that, you know, the council will, you know, take a look at our site plan and know that, you know, we're not trying to add, you know, traffic parking on the street.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the petitioner or anything else? Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you. Let me ask our esteemed legal counsel. I don't doubt Mr. Hemmings, he has a site plan, but in regard from a legal perspective, this is a Euclidean rezoning, looking to increase from RM16 to RM18, so he can go from 2 units to 3 units. And at least that's what he's told us. But it's not site plan controlled zoning. So I guess how relevant is the testimony that Mr. Hemmings just gave us as garages.
Thank you, Kate Wells, Chief Assistant City Attorney. As you mentioned, this is not site plan control. They are seeking zone to Euclidean zoning. You get to determine the weight of the evidence you give to what you've heard this evening.
And my suggestion, council, is if you have a question of staff relative to what can be built, relative to garages, well, relative to the requirement of a garage, the expert testimony that you have is available to you, assuming they're online. I don't see them. I see Mary Samaniego here. So that would be something I would ask you to direct to staff to get their testimony as to your concern as to an adverse impact relative to what the petitioner has told you and whether that is binding.
I'd ask that question of Ms. Samaniego.
You're muted, ma'am. Mary, you're muted.
I apologize, Mary Samaniego. I can't speak to what's legally binding or not, Mr. Shelby. I mean, I can say that when any application comes in for any type of development, all required parking must be on site. So if this application is to do 3 townhome units, a minimum of 7 required on-site parking spaces would be required to be placed on their site.
But not necessarily in a garage, but certainly a minimum number of parking spaces is your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Either a combination of a driveway or garage that meets code.
Any other questions of staff, Mr. Dingfelder, or any other council members?
Yes. So right now, just to refresh our memory, the category that he is in, which is RM16, is allows for 2 units as a matter of right, correct? Ms. Samaniego? Okay. And how many parking spaces are required for those 2 units?
5.
Okay. And on the same parcel, if he gets the rezoning to RM18, how many units would he be allowed?
3.
And you said a minute ago that that would be seven cars.
Correct.
On the same parcel.
Correct.
And is it your experience that sometimes when we get into these townhome situations that we end up with parking on the street, visitors, et cetera?
It's my professional experience that we cannot regulate how many physical cars a given property owner has.
Right. Okay. So you don't have any professional experience as related to townhomes and seeing that visitors or even owners themselves end up parking on the street sometimes?
I can't testify to that effect, sir. As I'm driving in my professional experience, I cannot determine if a car parked in front of a townhome is the property owner, the guest, or a single family residence down the street.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from council members? Councilmember, Mr. Shelby?
And now we go back to Mr. Hemmings to be able to address that. Unless there's no other questions of council, that would be the time, and then to give the petitioner the last word on rebuttal, if any, his choice.
Mr. Hemmings, do you have any response? Anything else to add?
Well, I will say that, I've engaged an architect to develop the site plan and to show renderings, and frankly have paid for construction drawings. The construction drawings do call for 2-car garages for each unit, and that is the rendering and site plan we've presented to the city. Not to say anything bad about myself, but my chances of me, changing the facade or the plan of having garages there are probably slim to zero. We're going to build what we presented if we're allowed to, and I can assure you, and I don't know if that's necessary or if you would like that in writing, but there will be 2-car garages with driveways to each of these 3 townhome units. I don't know if that helps reassure council that we're trying to do the right thing. I mean, that would leave roughly 12 parking spaces versus 7.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? No? May I have a motion to close this public hearing?
So moved.
Motion closed from Councilman Carlson. We have a second. Second from Councilman Citro. Any objection? Hearing none, by unanimous consent, the hearing is closed. Councilman Dingfelder, I think you have a motion to deny. Is that correct?
Yes, I was about to say yes, Your Honor. You just got a promotion. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, with all due respect to Mr. Hemming, seems like a nice guy, but that's not, it's not really relevant to our decision. At first hearing, we heard testimony and we looked extensively at the maps, and not only is this block does not, as my recollection, did not have the RM18, but as you go north, it was mostly single family and some RM16, but no RM18. All of a sudden, we're allowing RM18. I don't believe that there's been any competent evidence to substantiate that. So with that, I'll move to deny REZ 20-55 for the property located at 2709 West North B in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1. Due to the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence in the record that the rezoning is consistent with the comp plan and the city code. Specifically, I would point to the facts, as I stated a minute ago, that it's inconsistent and incompatible, even though the comp plan might allow this. Okay, what the comp plan allows is not what we have to approve of. Okay, that's basic zoning law. The comp plan provides a maximum density for that parcel, but just because that's there doesn't necessarily mean that we need to approve it. We need to look at compatibility. And then during the COVID, I think people are having a hard time coming out and attending these meetings. Even Ms. Sanchez, who's very, very sharp, was having technical problems. What I'm reading some, I'm going to offer some of these letters as part of the record, Mr. Shelby.
They are part of Mr. Dingfelder, just a reminder, the written material is part of the record, and they have been uploaded to the city's site, and they have been available to the public and the petitioner. Ms. Matos, did you want to make some comments as the clerk?
Right. No, normally I wouldn't necessarily feel the need to address these, but for example, Mr. Barry Jacobs says, my wife is pregnant. We don't believe it would be safe to attend this hearing in person. However, we'd like to submit a comment. We do not support this rezoning for several reasons. He said that they're opposed to changing the look and feel of the neighborhood we bought in this area, as it's mainly single family homes. It's bad enough that there could be a duplex, but we do not wish to be surrounded by any more non-single family homes. Now in this case, he's already got the ability to do a duplex, but he wants to do a triplex. Likewise, Ms. Dana Jacobs, who looks like is part of the same family.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, and with all due respect, Councilman Dingfelder, all of the written correspondence that was filed previously was received and filed during the public hearing previously. And we don't normally read the correspondence into the record. This is a little odd to be doing it at second reading, given that those written comments have already been received and filed.
Right, but my problem, Ms. Wells, and I appreciate your comment, is Mr. Shelby's always telling us we need to state on the record what the basis and factual basis is for my denial. And I was going to get to Mr. Holloman, whose letter is on the record, and I think we read this at first reading. It says the traffic on an already crowded street has increased since the 2 stop signs were added to Habana. So they've got traffic issues, they've got parking issues, they're feeling more and more overcrowded, and Ms. Sanchez, who's the neighborhood president, testified to that. So with that, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Wells, for pointing that out. I'm going to move to deny. I believe that the facts are such that we've heard show that allowing 3 units with the increase to RM18 is inconsistent and incompatible with the existing development pattern.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, I just want to make something clear for the record so that council members know. Just so you know, and you have the agenda in front of you. If you don't, I suggest that you do take a look at it. That at first reading, you do have an ordinance that was presented for first reading, and it did pass, and maybe we can ask the clerk, so I want council to be clear about this because it's a different motion at a second reading, and it's unusual, and it has to be based on competent substantial evidence. So will the clerk just relay what the votes were at the first reading?
For the first reading was Dingfelder and Maniscalco voted no, and Carl Sabine absent vote.
And what that would mean would be that the council members who voted in support of moving this at first reading and consideration would be council members Miranda and council member Citro, council member Vieira, and council member Goods. So council, the reason I bring this to your attention is you have a different motion before you at second reading. And obviously, there is a question then as to what you base your decisions on. And a reminder, council, you've heard a testimony this time from Ms. Sanchez, and she did testify. You have to weigh her testimony. But my recommendation to you, to each of you, is to, especially in light of how you may have previously voted, just know that whatever decision you make tonight, you may have to at some point in time disclose exactly upon which and what competent substantial evidence that you may have based your vote on. So I am going to
As a point of order, I think that little dialogue was, although well intended, I think it was a little over the top. I think the bottom line, well, let me just finish. I think the bottom line is we've always been instructed that you don't have to vote the same way in first reading as you do in second reading. Because if you did, then what would be the point of having the second reading? So in this case, let me finish. In this case, Ms. Sanchez, the neighborhood president, was able to appear this time. She provided additional testimony that nobody heard the last time. And I don't think we should attempt to chill anybody from possibly changing their mind between first and second reading based upon some notion that they might have to testify about their reasoning later. And that affects me a little bit.
And you're taking issue with that. I respect that, and I take that under advisement. And maybe that was stating it stronger than I had. But I guess my point is this, and not to prejudice. I don't want to prejudice, and it's not my intention. I am a neutral. I don't have a stake in the outcome of this case. My job is to make sure that whatever vote you make is that you are understanding your context, to just not look down at the agenda and see how the vote was taken the first time and assume that that was the same posture that it's coming before you today. I did not want any council to make an uninformed vote. I just ask you, now that you know what the vote is to deny. Was there a second, Madam Clerk?
Not yet, no.
Councilman Goods.
And if I may.
I didn't know if it was a second or not, but I was going, before I make my vote, explain why I may be changing my vote for the record. I did drive through the numerous emails that we received. I did take a drive down there on yesterday. I drove the neighborhood. And I at first, I did not drive during the first reading. I looked at the plans, but since I had so many emails, I drove the area. And I have to, go along with Mr. Dingfeld's assessment and the neighborhood in reference to these triplexes and the narrow streets and the number of cars. I could barely get my Cadillac down the road. And it does not conform with the plan of the neighborhood from what I can see and what I saw driving through the neighborhood. So, yes,
Ms. Wells.
Thank you. I will remind City Council that you have got to make a decision based on the competent and substantial evidence in the record of the hearing, and not on your personal observations where you are potentially interjecting yourself as a witness in this case.
Mr. Vieira.
Yes, and I want to make clear, it's always been explained to me that between first and second reading, if we change, and I don't think this is an attempt to chill anybody's different. I mean, it is what it is, right? But just to be clear on this, that if there is a change in vote, right, because it's unorthodox, at least in my 3 years, and we have people who have been here a lot longer, but I think it's unorthodox to have a motion to deny on second reading first held on something that passed the first time. At least unorthodox. Maybe it's not, maybe I'm wrong. But so to be clear, Mr. Shelby, if I may, just for all of us, if there is a change in vote, that individual should be prepared to state why he or she, or let's face it, he did so based upon the competent substantial evidence. Correct? I mean, is that a correct statement? And I'm also asking for myself, because I've had that happen to me before.
Point of order, I really think you're creating rules that don't exist.
Well, I'm asking, Councilman, if I may, Councilman Dingfelder, I'm asking if that is the rule. I'm not creating anything. I'm asking our attorney, whose job it is to advise us to the rules if it is. I'm merely posing an inquiry.
Yes, sir.
There is a presumption at a second reading. And by the way, I should just point out for the sake of council, Tampa is very unusual in the way it holds its public hearings, and that's another discussion we'll have to hold offline, not in this hearing. But let me just share with you this. There is a presumption that if you change your vote, irrespective of whether you voted yea or nay, between first and second reading, there has to be a basis within the record of the public hearing that changed your vote, that you would be at some point, if you wanted to protect the record that you have, so when a judge reviews your case and looks at the basis of your decision, it would be advised to be able to articulate to your colleagues exactly what competent substantial evidence that you heard at your second reading that constitutes your change of vote. That would be my recommendation, because ultimately, council, the goal is to have a sufficient record so when it goes before a judge, the judge would be able to review it, and ultimately, whatever decision the city council makes, the goal is to have your decisions upheld if challenged. So this advice is being given to you in order for you, whatever side you're on, to bolster the record to support your position so that your decision stands. That's my only advice I can offer.
Thank you very much. Councilman Moreno, I saw you had your hand up, sir. You're muted, sir.
Okay.
Unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Nothing unusual but what happened up to this point, in my opinion. Certainly when Mr. Dingfelder to get to read or not read, he has that certainty and it'll be a right to say I move against it.
Absolutely.
That might be something that's unusual. It should not be. When the chairman calls on you, you have certainly the right that Mr. Dingfelder said, and I agree with him. Although I may agree with him in other areas of life, but in this case, he is absolutely right and has the authority to say, I move not to approve. What happens after that is where we're at now. And whether you like it or not, whether it's law or not law, it's the right of any individual to have the right to change their vote. However, saying that, then you have to think, what happens if this is appealed? It's not going to be appealed to a magistrate, and that's not settled, it'll be appealed to a court of law. And then that's where the problem starts. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not as smart as most of you, but I've learned my smart in the streets. And this is a case that is very peculiar. It has met all the ramifications from both the Planning Commission and the city staff. And people have the right to say what they've said. It's up to the council, the 7 members, to get full votes one way or the other way. And I'm not biased either way on any one vote and how you feel or think about that vote. That's a prerogative of getting elected. I don't take that away from anyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And thank you, Councilman Miranda, for the education on that issue. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Dingfelder. Do we have a second to the motion?
I'll
Anybody
second the
want-
motion. I'll
Okay,
second the motion.
we have a second from Councilman Goods. Can we get a roll call vote?
Viera,
No.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
No.
and Miranda.
No.
Motion carried with Viera, Citro, and Miranda voting no.
Okay. On to the next item for second reading. Item number 15.
Mr. Miranda, before we move forward, I just wanted to say thank you, and specifically note that we've agreed with each other twice today, so I think we need to mark it on our calendar.
I better start going to church more often then.
Or
Mr. Chairman, did you
synagogue.
miss item 12?
What, Councilman Goods?
Did you miss item 12?
No, we're going on the second readings. I thought they were gonna go quicker. Let's try. Item number 15.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And the clerk's office did not receive any written comments on this item.
All right.
Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. All required changes have been made and are submitted to the city clerk's office.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gardner.
Yes, thank you. As you may recall, we were in front of you August 20th, received data for the General Hospital for the Furman property, which they're going to activate. As Mary mentioned, we made all the site plan provisions that were required and would ask for your positive vote on this case. Project report. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comments for the petitioner? Hearing none, I believe we have a speaker here. Who is it, Robin?
Oh, I have nothing to say. Pruitt said it all.
Okay. Is there anybody at the Tampa Convention Center? Do we have anybody else registered on the line?
No one has registered to speak, nor at the convention center.
Thank you very much. Anything else for the petitioner? Any questions or comments from council members? All right, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
We have a motion from Councilman Goods. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Carlson. Any objection to close the public hearing? Hearing none by unanimous consent, and no objection, the public hearing is closed. Councilman Carlson, would you like to read this item? Item number 15.
Yeah, legal counsel, I was absent at this, but the first time, but I read the file. Is it okay if I make the motion? Did you all hear that?
Now, if you are prepared and ready to vote, is there any questions you have, or do you need additional presentation?
No, I watched the video and I read the file, so. Okay.
Thank you. That'll be fine.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move file number REZ 20-43, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1307 West Kennedy Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification, PD plan development, medical and business professional office, daycare and nursery facility, professional residential facility, hotel, motel, college to PD plan development, medical and business professional office, daycare and nursery facility, hotel, motel, nursing and convalescent care, principal parking, providing effective date.
Second.
A second from Councilman Citro. Roll call vote.
Viera,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, before they check out, I just wanted to recognize Ms. Delaverne and Tampa General Hospital for all the hard work they always do, and especially in these very challenging times. And of course, hello to Mr. Gardner as well, but you don't count as much, Trip. But anyway, Ms. Delaverne, on a serious note, Tampa General Hospital is one of the jewels of our community, and like I said, we appreciate y'all's hard work.
Well, the community's been a great supporter, so thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Ms. Robin, it is very nice to see you again. And again, thank you for all your help that you and your hospital gave me when I was in the hospital. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Robin. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so
Happy
much.
to do it. Always call on us if you need anything.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
All right, item number 16. Item number 16, petitioner.
Chris Beckwith and Mary McCahon.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Please raise your right hands. We're going to swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And the clerk's office did receive written comments on this item and no live speaker on this item.
Thank you very much. Ms. Samaniego.
Thank you, sir. This is a second reading for the property located at 2028 North Central Avenue. After the first reading, this application was determined by staff to be appropriate to be heard before the ARC for a formal recommendation. That meeting occurred on September 15th, and the ARC made some recommendations to changes to the site plan, one of which was to move the house further to the east as close as possible to the protective radius of the tree to be retained. The other recommendation was to reduce the size of the detached garage to 750 square feet, and that both structures maintain the scale, height, and width and proportions comparable to the historic district. The applicant agreed to those changes, and those changes, as well as the one change that was in the staff report, has been made to the site plan, and those site plans have been delivered to the city clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from council members? No. Petitioner, Mr. Beckwith?
Yeah, I don't really have much to say. Just repeat what Mary said. We went to the ARC meeting. They made some recommendations, and we made those changes to the plan.
Thank you. Ms. McCann?
I sent in, I would like to give permission to open my screen. I've sent in a PowerPoint, and I did register to be a live speaker tonight, and I'd like to read my comments.
Okay.
So, if the IT could get into my PowerPoint, which was sent yesterday before 5 o'clock, that would be great. And I don't know what buttons to push.
It should appear on the screen. Let's wait a moment.
Show my screen. Okay, I am ready. Okay.
We see your screen. Can you open the PowerPoint on your end?
Yes, sir.
If you do that, then we'll be able to see everything.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to explain concerns about the proposed building and driveway placement. It took us a while to figure the ins and outs of creating a buildable lot in a local historic district, but straightforward guidance from Eric Cotton and LaShawn Dock indicates that our request is sound. We asked you to use your authority to create the lot, but to amend the application, making the site plan that the lot be developed in accordance with conventional zoning for RS50 and the Tampa Heights design guidelines. These Chapter 27 requirements are the same ones that the rest of us must follow when building in the historic district. The current application, and we have not seen the revised one, but I doubt the garage has been moved, as you can see on the site, on the picture, does not do that. In 2000, City Council created the Tampa Heights Historic District as a design control district with guidelines, in part to ensure that new construction is compatible. As you know, the most effective way to blend new with old is to respect and approximate the setbacks and massing of the existing buildings. It's what is specified in all design manuals for local historic districts, and that is what we are asking to be done. In this instance, it would move the house forward to be, and I quote from the guidelines, at or near the front yard setback of adjacent properties. From my graphic, you can see that the range of adjacent is from 20 to 31 feet. The guidelines are specific. They say that it is not permissible to place a building in a location that is greatly different from those on the adjacent sites. Going by the guidelines to move the driveway out of the front yard and get the accessory structure 60 feet behind the front property line per 27 section 290. You can see that it would then match the pattern that is used throughout the district. How critical is site layout to infill compatibility? It cannot be overemphasized. It's everything. And it's the same issues that the ARC resolution makes a condition and that should be part of the public record, and I hope provide competent and substantial testimony. And I need to go to the next slide, which I cannot do. If somebody could advance this, that would be great. I will read. What we are asking is doable.
Just click on the left side. You can hit the second slide. Go to the left side of your screen. You'll hit the number 2 slide. Just click on it.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Whoops. I got out of it. I am so sorry. It's an alternative site plan that we developed, and it is possible to show what can be done on this lot using common treatments that are commonly used on verdant urban parcels, such as ribbon driveways, to pier or floating foundations to accommodate trees. Please deny or amend this application, making the site plan the conformance with existing guidelines and the RS50 zoning for the location and mass of all structures and the driveway. You know, we've come to you in the past, and we cannot preserve the historic district without your assistance and your imprimatur. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you very much. Anybody else for public comment at this time? Item number 16.
No, we don't have anybody for public comment.
Is there anybody at the convention?
Excuse me. Did I hear Councilmember Dingfelder make any comments regarding this case at the start? I don't recall.
I was trying to chime in that we're on item 16,
Yes.
20-50.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anyway, it looks like I abstained the last time, so I wanted to announce my abstention this time as well.
And again, your basis for abstaining, sir, is?
I have a business conflict with that.
Business conflict. And you'll be filing the appropriate form within the 15 days, Form 8B. Is that correct, sir?
That's
I'll prepare
correct.
that for you. Okay, with that being said, I have to share with you that the speaker was signed in as the applicant/owner, and I don't think that was correct, based on what we heard. Mr. Beckwith, you are the applicant or owner, is that correct?
The applicant, yes.
You are the applicant, okay. Mr. Chairman, did he make his presentation already, or does he want to make his presentation now?
He did.
Okay, you made your presentation, Mr. Beckwith? I'm sorry.
I said a few words. I don't know if I'm going to be able to rebut what she said or.
Absolutely, sir. You have rebuttal time at 5 minutes.
Go ahead, sir.
No, I just wanted to say.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, Mr. Beckwith. Have we confirmed that there is nobody else? Is that right?
The clerk told me no, but just again, clerk, is there anybody else for public comment?
No, we actually don't have anybody live nor at the Tampa Convention Center.
Thank you very much. Mr. Beckwith, you have a 5-minute rebuttal period if there's anything you'd like to say.
I just wanted to quickly say, I've worked on this site plan many, many times, tried to move things around, we did change it. We moved the house forward. We decreased the size of the garage to what the ARC wanted. I'd have to show you 10 different plans to try to move some of that stuff to the back or whatever. It just doesn't work. There's really not the room. It is a unique lot. I know somebody keeps saying it's not, but the east property line is where a street would be. But that's not how this lot is set up. Coming in the corner there, I'd have to drive between those two trees. If the street was to the right, I would still have to drive between those two trees, make a left or a right to get to the backyard. So again, it's it just didn't work. So I think we've done a pretty good job of setting up a good plan. It is at the end of a dead end. There's only 5 houses on this street. So but the front of the house doesn't actually face the street. It faces somebody else's backyard. So, and I did see, you know, and again, the ARC asked for that and we changed it. I did see a mock-up plan that somebody had, but it included taking out 2 of the trees, which I really do not want to do. And I know the city doesn't want me to do that. So that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from council members?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. The agenda said that I abstained, but I keep looking at this address and I don't recall abstaining from this.
I can say that you did.
I'm sorry?
You were having microphone problems that night and you couldn't hear.
Oh, it's because you didn't hear. Is this the case where you?
Yeah, you didn't
hear the case, sir.
You couldn't hear.
Okay.
This was the case that you felt that I could go back to the files, but I believe this might be the case where you felt you didn't hear enough testimony to be able to.
Yes, thank you for Mr. Beckwith for refreshing my memory on that. So, Mr. Shelby, what's your recommendation?
Well, did you have an opportunity to review the record and to be able to base your decision on competent substantial evidence based on the record tonight?
Yes, I've reviewed the file and the documents that I've seen. You know, so yes, I'm comfortable voting tonight.
Okay.
So anyway, I apologize for that confusion. I'm sitting there scratching my head saying I don't remember that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments by council members for the petitioner? Hearing none, can I get a motion to close?
Mr. Chairman.
A motion to close from Councilman Moreno with the second from Councilman Goods. Any objection? Hearing none by unanimous consent and no objection, the public hearing is closed. Councilman Citro, would you mind reading this, Councilman Citro?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. File number REZ 20-15. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2820 North Central Court, the city of Tampa, Florida, particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS 50 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family detached, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman, and I want to make sure that that's REZ 20-50.
REZ 20-50. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right. We have a second from Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Item number 17, I see Dingfelder abstaining. Is this where you're really abstaining or is it the same microphone issue?
No, I think
I think it was the same microphone.
Let me double check, council.
Well, the thing is, they had us connected.
is this the real estate, the GTAR building?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is. And I think you did
Yes.
abstain because of your GTAR membership at one time, whatever.
Yes. Right.
All right,
So
Mr.
I'll
Shelby.
hold to that abstention.
Yeah.
I'm a licensed real estate broker and a member.
Realtors. All right.
Right. I'm a licensed real estate broker and I'm a member of GTAR. And for that reason, I didn't feel comfortable as a matter of public perception in voting on this matter. So,
All right.
Thank you, sir.
We have Mr. Mechanic. If you raise your right hand, they're going to swear you in.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And the clerk's office did not receive any written comments on this item.
Okay.
Thank you, Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. All required changes have been made to the site plan and they are available at the city clerk's office. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Mechanic.
Mr. Chairman, we have nothing further to add, but are here to answer any questions you might have, or counsel.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Mechanic? Hearing none. Do we have anybody from the public that is going to be speaking on item number 17? Anybody registered or at the convention center?
No one has registered, nor no one is at the Tampa Convention Center.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from council? Hearing none, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion to close from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilmember Goods. Is there any objection? Hearing none by unanimous consent without any objection, the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Goods, would you mind reading item number 17?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, file number REZ 20-61. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. Ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2906 and 2918 West Kennedy Boulevard and 109 South Bungalow Park Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida. More particularly described in section 1 from the zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily and PD plan development to PD plan development, all CG uses except hospitals, rooming houses, medical marijuana dispensaries, and microbrewery, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Miranda, roll call vote.
Viera,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Cedro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder abstaining.
Thank you very much. Next
Thank you.
up is item, thank you. Have a good evening. Next time is item number 18. Petitioner for item number 18.
I am here.
Please turn your camera on.
Well, I'm hitting share my webcam. It's not. I keep tapping share my webcam and it's not showing the screen, but I can hear you and see you.
No, we need to see your face.
Let's see, talking.
I don't know, it sounds like Mike Horner. I think we can make an exception, Mr. Maniscalco.
I know.
I
I know the voice.
You still can't see me, huh?
Nope.
I share my webcam. It's spinning, but it's not apparently shining on my face. I apologize for that. I trust that you know my voice. And
We do.
Share under oath that I am Michael Horner, representing the applicant on item 18.
Mr. Shelby, is that sufficient?
Well, the question is, what constitutes making an exception in this case as opposed to other cases?
Dingfelder and I recognize the voice.
I will remind City Council that the purpose of these meetings is the clerk has to be able to see the person being sworn in.
Okay. All right, let's skip over to item 19 and see if Mr. Horner is able to fix the camera. So we'll put this item on hold. We'll go to items.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Can I suggest to legal counsel?
Mr. Dingfelder, we also can't see you.
Yeah. I verify the voice, but we need to see you.
Okay, thank you.
There we go.
Touche, Ms. Wells. Okay, the only thing I was gonna say is if Mr. Horner had nothing to add, we're at second reading, staff could make the report. If he had nothing to add, we don't need to see him if he's not testifying.
Mr. Horner, let me ask you this then. Do you waive the opportunity to say anything tonight?
I only want to say that we appreciate staff's favorable reports, the first reading, and I have nothing more to say than that. Thank you.
Oh, that sounds like enough to get you on the air.
May I say something?
That was non-substantive.
Like I say, I just want to say I'm not against all of this, but let's finish some items on the agenda. Maybe technically he can come on. I don't want to start something today that in the future it's going to be something to say, well, back in September of 20,
Exactly.
this happened and now I want the same deal. So I just out of respect for Mr. Horner and respect for the system, wish that we wouldn't do this at this time.
All right, I agree with Councilmember Miranda. Let's go to item number 19 and see if Mr. Horner can work out this camera issue. So we'll come back to 18. Item number 19.
Mr. Ruiz is on the line. He just need to unmute himself and turn on his camera.
Sir, if you could please turn on your camera. There you go.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And the clerk's office did not receive any written comments on this item.
Okay. Go ahead, Mary.
Mary Samaniego, this is Euclidean rezoning, so I ask that you proceed with the hearing.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Ruiz,
Yes.
do you have anything to add or any presentation at this point?
No, I have nothing to add.
Okay, do we have anybody from the public that is registered or wishes to speak, or is that the Tampa Convention Center?
No one has registered to speak on this item, nor there's no one at the Tampa Convention Center.
Any questions or comments from council?
Move to close, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilmember Goods. All those, any objection? Hearing none, by unanimous consent, without any objection, the public hearing is now closed. Councilmember Goods, you read the last one. Councilmember Vieira, would you mind reading item number 19?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I move ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2910 West Frierson Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD plan development residential multifamily to RS50 residential single family, providing an effective date.
All right, do we have a second? Second from Councilman Miranda, roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Linkfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Cedro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, item number 20.
Huh?
Mr. Ruiz, you're good to go. Thank you very much. You can log out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm not saying anything online.
Steve, you need to be sworn in.
I guess I gotta, I'm not.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And the clerk's office did not receive any written comments on this item.
All right, Mary.
Thank you, Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. This is an item for second reading. All required changes made at first reading have been completed, and the site plan is at the city clerk's office. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson Velez, were you sworn in or no? Or you had your hand up, I'm sorry.
I did have my hand up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I just wanted to make a few brief remarks. Just to remind council that this second reading is different from the other second readings on your agenda this evening. This second reading is the final step in implementing the special magistrate's recommendation or the settlement agreement that council approved following the first reading on this matter on August 27th of 2020. As you recall, the approved settlement resulted from mediation proceedings under section 70.51 of the Florida statutes, the Florida Land Use and Environmental Dispute Resolution Act. As I explained at the prior hearing, under the statute, once council accepts the special magistrate's recommendation as submitted, which council did on August 27th, it must then proceed to implement the settlement. And in this case, that means adopting the rezoning ordinance. So council took that first step in adopting the rezoning ordinance back on August 27th when it completed first reading. And tonight, council will take the final step in implementing the approved settlement by completing second reading and adoption of the ordinance. Ms. Samaniego has confirmed that the applicant has revised the site plan to incorporate the 6 conditions set forth in the settlement agreement, and I'm available to answer any questions that you might have.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Johnson Velez? Okay. Ms. Batzel.
Yes, Elise Batzel, Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street. I was reading over the transcript and I went back over the concerns that Councilman Goods and Councilman raised with respect to, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
With respect, pardon?
There's some interference. Go ahead.
I was reading over the transcript and I wanted to address something that I felt like I did not adequately address for you at the last hearing, just very briefly. And that is the concern that the possibility that a train may stop in front of the access points and block that in the event of a hurricane or in the event of some evacuation. If I could just share my screen very briefly, this will be very brief.
Go ahead.
Sure. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. So what I wanted to point out to you is right next door is to our property, the Sajik property, is the U.S. Army Reserve Post. The reserve facility actually deploys resources and troops from this area in the event of emergencies. As you can see right here, there are actually emergency military vehicles that are housed in this location that use one entrance right here to go in and out. And the railway actually runs right in front of this property as well. My point in showing you this map is really just to emphasize that if there was a concern or if there was some kind of history of a train stopping on that line, I don't think that the Army Reserve would continue to stay in that location. They've actually been in that location since 1994. The second point that I wanted to share with you in relation to this issue comes from the deposition of Bruce Dalton, who is the conductor. The conductor is actually the person that gets down off of the train, gets onto the tracks, and controls when that train goes and stops. And in that deposition, he says 3 things that I think are really helpful to understand the issue. One is he states that trains are always running, they don't stay idle. 2, he states that the trains are always capable of being moved. And finally, and most importantly, during that deposition, he was asked, how long would it take a train to move if there was an emergency? And he said a minute or 2, depending on how fast the train was going at the time. And I feel like I did not adequately address that for you. I wasn't prepared for that question. So I just wanted to address that for you now. Otherwise, we're available to answer any questions that you have.
Do we have any questions from any council members at this time? All right, I hear none. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item or is registered to speak or at the Tampa Convention Center?
We don't have anybody who registers to speak on this item, nor we don't have anybody at the Tampa Convention Center.
All right, any other questions or comments? If not, may I entertain a motion to close?
Move to close, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Miranda with a second from Councilman Goods. Is there any objection? Hearing none, by unanimous consent and no objection, the hearing is now closed. Councilmember Miranda, would you mind reading item number 20?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. File number REZ 19-77. An ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 5105 West Tyson Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly describes in section 1 from zoning district classifications, IG, industrial general, to PD, plan development, residential, multifamily, and residential single-family attached, providing an effective date.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Miranda. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Goods. Roll call vote, please.
Vieira,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Felder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
No.
Carlson,
No.
Citro,
No.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried with Maniscalco, Carlson, and Citro voting no.
Thank you very much. We now go to item number 21.
Chair, we did not have the applicant or any representative sign up for this item.
Uh-oh. So what do we do at this point, Mr. Shelby? Ms. Samaniego, go ahead.
Mary Samaniego, I ask that you proceed with the hearing for this case, please.
Okay,
And I believe Mr. Miranda, this is
I
item which number?
I'll step out. I turn in my notification because I run a trust that has property in general vicinity within 250 feet.
Thank you, sir.
all
Thank
right. Ms. Samaniego.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And the clerk's office did not receive any written comments on this item.
All right,
Thank you. Mary Samaniego, all required changes to the site plan have been completed and are at the city clerk's office. I ask that you proceed, please.
thank you very much. Any questions or comments from council members? We don't have a petitioner here, but we have been asked to proceed. Is there any public comment? Anybody at the convention center for this item, number 21?
No one has registered to speak on this item, nor we have anybody at the Tampa Convention Center.
Okay, may I have a motion to then close this public hearing?
Move to close.
We have a motion closed from Councilman Booth. Do we have a second? Second from Councilman Citro. Is there any objection to closing this public hearing? Hearing none, the hearing is now closed by unanimous consent without objection. Councilmember Citro, would you mind taking this item? Item number 21.
I think I have 22.
Yeah, 22, we're 21.
We're all good. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. File number SU 2-19-11, a substitute ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance approving a special use permit SU 2, providing a daycare in an RS 50 residential single family and RO residential office zoning district in the general vicinity of 4901 and 4905 North Habana Avenue and 4902 North Arawana Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 hereof, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilman Goods. Let's have a roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Ingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Miranda. Motion carried with Miranda abstaining.
All right. That settles item number 21. Back to Mr. Horner at number 18. Is he able to get his camera working?
Mr. Chairman, we just waived the appearance of an applicant a minute ago. I don't know why we wouldn't waive Mr. Horner's appearance, because basically that's what he said. He said he had nothing to say except a few compliments to staff, which had nothing to do with anything. So I'd suggest we waive his appearance and move forward with second reading.
Agreed.
Okay, do we have a motion to that effect? Let's Ms. Samaniego.
I need to be sworn in.
Oh.
Do you swear?
Oh, let's take up Mr. Dingfelder. Did you want to comment on Mr. Dingfelder's motion? Or statement? Actually, I could take that. It sounded like it was a motion. It sounded like there was a second. I was, Mr. Chairman, it's your meeting. Did you hear that or not? I'm making that up.
There was no
Or
motion.
is that by
on the
unanimous
line.
consent? Or is that by unanimous consent? Is Mr. Horner online?
I am here.
Do you have your
But
camera
you
working?
cannot get it.
Hey,
There he is. All right, we're good to go. All right, item 18. Let's do this. Let's swear everybody in.
do this quick.
Yeah. Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
Thank you. And the clerk's office did not receive any written comments on this item.
Thank you, Mary Samaniego. All required changes have been made to the site plan, and they are at the city clerk's office. I'm available for any questions.
All right, do we have any
Chairman,
questions?
I have nothing further to add, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Appreciate your final approval.
Thank you so much. Do we have anyone from the public that wishes to speak on this item, item number 18?
No one has registered to speak on this item.
And do we have anybody at the Tampa Convention Center?
No, we actually don't have anybody at the Tampa Convention Center.
Okay, may I have a motion to close this public hearing?
Move.
I'll move.
All right,
Second.
we have a motion from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Miranda. Is there any objection? Hearing none, by unanimous consent without any objection, the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Carlson, would you mind reading this? Item number 18.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'd like to move file number SU 2-20-07. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance approving a special use permit SU2 approving commercial off-street parking in an RS 50 residential single-family zoning district in the general vicinity of 906 East Seneca Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and as more particularly described in section 1 hereof, providing an effective date.
Second.
Councilman Carlson, second from Councilman Citro. May we have a roll call vote?
Vieira,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, council.
All right, that settles our second readings. I'm gonna leave item number 23 last, and we're gonna go back because I did hear the voice of Mr. Sullivan, I believe, for item number 10. Item number 10.
Ryan Manassi, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Oh, we have to get sworn in first, right?
Yes, you do.
And is Mr. Sullivan present?
I see him there on the screen under Cynthia Williams.
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And the clerk's office did receive written comments on this item.
All right,
Sullivan.
thank you very much.
Is Mr. Sullivan frozen? Mr. Chairman, do you notice that?
Yes, Mr. Sullivan, your camera is frozen.
My camera's frozen.
Yeah, it's just moving very choppy, very slow.
Okay. Is it back on now?
I can hear you fine, but it's the camera that's very choppy. You're moving, but slowly.
Okay, well, I'm not moving. I'm not doing anything.
Okay. All right. No, you're a little smoother here. Okay.
Ryan Manassi, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Item number 10 is file number REZ 20-52. It's being presented for you for the address at 1904 East Osborne Avenue, and they're requesting to go from RS 50 residential single family 50 to PD for a place of religious assembly. I'll defer to the Planning Commission for their report, and please return to me so I can finish mine afterwards.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Can you share my screen, please? Can you share my screen, please?
They're trying to do it.
There you go.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically in East Tampa Urban Village. The closest transit stop is 2 blocks to the east of the site at the intersection of East Osborne Avenue and North 22nd Street. The closest public recreation facility is Cyrus Green Park, which is within within 3/4 of a mile to the southeast of the subject site. The site is not within an evacuation zone. Here is an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see the site here is outlined in this purple color. It's in the northeast corner of East Osborne Avenue and North 19th Street. You'll see the surrounding development pattern is predominantly residential in character. Here is the adopted future land use map. Subject site's outlined in this purple color. It's within that residential 10 future land use designation. You'll see it's surrounded by that residential 10 on all sides. And then if you go 1 block to the east, you'll see some residential 20 along East Osborne Avenue. Through an assessment of the character of the area, and given that the site is located on a collector roadway, the Planning Commission staff has determined that the proposed religious institution would be an appropriate use of the site and would be within the character of the surrounding area. Proposed plan development includes a 5,100 square foot church with vehicle access from East Osborne Avenue. Sidewalks are proposed on both East Osborne and North 19th Street. While the proposed sidewalks would improve pedestrian safety and accessibility, the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan encourages building entrances to connect the public sidewalks per Land Use Policy 15.2.6. The proposal does not provide a pedestrian connection from either of the proposed sidewalks to the building entrance, which is inconsistent with this policy. The Planning Commission staff strongly encourages the applicant to address this policy between the first and second reading by providing a connection from either of the proposed sidewalks to the building's entrance and include better sidewalk integration within the site. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the gentleman? No, Mr. Manassi.
Thank you, Chair. Can you please share my screen and let me know when you see the REZ 20-52?
We can see it. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. Again, item number 10 is file number REZ 2052, and it's for the property located at 1904 East Osborne Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property from residential single-family RS50 to planned development to allow for a place of religious assembly. The property is located on the northeast corner of North 19th Street and East Osborne Avenue intersection. The lot contains 34,460 square feet or 0.79 acres. The applicant proposes to demolish the existing building and construct a 5,100 square foot, 1-story structure. The proposed use is a place of religious assembly, and they are proposing 150 seats. The setbacks to the north are 21 feet, south 23 feet, east 40 feet, and west 40 feet. The maximum building height is proposed at 28 feet. A total of 45 parking spaces are required and 45 are being provided by the applicant per the site plan. The property is surrounded by residential single family or in the RS50 zoning districts to the north, east, and west, and some commercial and residential uses in the south in the RS50 zoning district. The site is located in the East Tampa Overlay District, and compliance with the district development standard is required. On the screen before you is the waivers that are requested through this petition. And then this is the zoning map will show the location of the property on East Osborne Avenue. And then you have the 19th Street right there, hatched in green. Oh, let me go one too far. This is our aerial map. You can see the 1,000-foot buffer. It's not showing any local or national historic landmarks within the 1,000 feet, as well as it gives you more of an aerial view of the proposed site. The site plan, as explained, is the 5,100 square foot new building. There is an existing structure right around where my cursor is right here is requested to be demolished through this new build. As you can see, they have access right here off of Osborne, as well as access to the east on Osborne, where it goes into a one-way drive and one-way out. The pictures before you show the current structure that's on the property, and that's more towards the west corner of the property. And then the picture to the right is going towards the east. As you can see, it's a large vacant lot, and there are some large trees here along the right of way. And this is just the subject site on the left, and then the residential uses to the north as it abuts them. And then I was trying to get you a line of the north property line, just showing you what's existing there. And these are all going to be the residential single family structures. This is looking south. Both to the left are single family dwelling units. And then to the right is this, I believe it's a bar, and it'd be a non-conforming use in the RS50 zoning district, but that is that commercial use that I was talking about to the south. And then this is just across the street to the west, across 19th. Again, more residential single family, 50 zoning district single family dwelling units, a vacant lot, and then going back into homes. The development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application, and we find it consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve this application and the waivers that are identified in the staff report. Further modifications to the site plan are required between first and second reading as stated on the revision sheet of the staff report. Planning staff as well as transportation and natural resources are available for any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions for the gentleman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Could he go back to the photo of the actual site? I don't have it on my hard copy, and I'm looking on my phone to pull it up, and I can't pull it up.
So
That's the old existing church.
correct, sir. This would be looking, if I was at the corner of 19th and Osborne, I was facing east, going this
I
way.
know exactly where it's at.
Okay,
I
sir.
had to visualize it.
And then there's a couple other ones right here showing the east part of the property. And this is the north, roughly the north property line.
The site was correct. I thought it was. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian, could you put up the site plan, proposed site plan again? And Danny, I had a question for you.
Okay.
I don't know if you can you expand that a little bit so we can see the details of the, and pull it down. Can you pull it down or no? Here you go. All right, thank you. Danny, you were talking about an issue, deficiency or something in the sidewalk, but I'm not really seeing it. It looks like they're putting a full sidewalk all the way down Osborne, and then they're putting a full sidewalk. I think they're putting a sidewalk on 19th or no? So what was your point here?
So yes, the applicant is proposing two sidewalks, one along North 19th Street and one along East Osborne. And there's also a sidewalk within the site. The comprehensive plan encourages pedestrian safety, and one of the policies, it's 15.2.6, encourages sidewalks, a pedestrian pathway to connect from the building entrance to the sidewalk, the public sidewalks. Upon review of this site plan, I don't see a connection to either of the proposed sidewalks to the building entrance.
I see. So you're saying if somebody came from that parking lot in the back over there, the 45 parking spaces, and then they walked up along the side on the sidewalk, that you're proposing they have an additional little stub of a sidewalk to get to the portico share?
Right. So if you were even if you were walking to the proposed church, from East 19th Street, you'd have to cut through the parking lot, which would cause some safety concerns. So.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Sullivan, if you could address that in your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Ryan Manassi with Planning and Design. Can I just further clarify that, just so we're all clear? And on the screen, I'm trying to show with my cursor, and I'm not trying to overstep what Danny's trying to say, but maybe if it helps the applicant understand too, what he's asking is, it appears that if there was a connection somewhere around here, and Danny can correct me if I'm wrong, they may be accommodating that type of pedestrian connection to this sidewalk along Osborne even, and then they'd be able to have access to the two parking lots. Is that correct, Danny?
Yeah, that's correct.
I just wanted to point that out for the record for everybody, and just in case Mr. Sullivan wants to address that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Sullivan, sir, if you'd like to go ahead and present.
Yes, sir. What we're trying to do is make this lot a legal conforming lot. Right now, the church is they're operating as a residential lot. I'm here to correct and do I just lost you.
Can you hear it?
Can you
We
hear me?
can hear you, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I lost you on my screen. And doing that little sidewalk will not be installed. You know, there's some pretty cut and dry question fixed on that one. There weren't any other issues. Everything else complied as far as the staff was concerned. And there's some questions they had a second reading. Any of those questions they have will be addressed. There's no issues in being able to address those questions for the more correction for the second reading. Any other questions for me?
Do you have any other questions for the petitioner from any council members? All right, anything else, sir, before I go to public comment? Mr. Sullivan?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, at this time, if there's anybody in the public that wishes to speak, anybody at the convention center or registered, now would be the time.
No one has registered to speak on this item, and there's no one at the Tampa Convention Center.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other further questions from council members? Anything at all before we request a motion to close?
Move to close, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion to close from Councilman Miranda. Do we have a second?
Second,
Second.
Citro.
Second from Council Member Citro. Any objection? Hearing none by unanimous consent, we have now closed this public hearing. Council Member Goods, would you like to take item number 10?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll take it. File number REZ-2052. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1904 East Osborne Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 of zoning district classifications, RS50, residential single family to PD plan development place of religious assembly, providing effective date.
All right, do we have a second?
Second, along with site modifications and whatever the sidewalk issue was.
Yes, sir. Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Vieira. Vieira. Goods.
Yes.
Ingfelder.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
And Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried with Vieira being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on October 22nd at 5:01 p.m.
Thank you very much. All right, we move to item number 12, and then we have one more rezoning, and then the last item on the agenda. Item number 12. Item number 12, we have the petitioner Andrew Mates. Okay, I see your screen. There you go, sir. All right, you're gonna need to be sworn in. Anybody that's gonna be taking part in this?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will say the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. And the clerk's office do have a registered speaker for this item.
And also, Mr. Chairman, just a reminder for the record that Councilman Goods is not participating in this hearing because he this evening has abstained from this item.
Thank you very much, sir. All right.
And also, we did not receive any written comments on this item.
Okay. Mr. Manassi.
Thank you, Chair. Ryan Manassi, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. File item number 12 is file number REZ 20-47 for the property located at 1237 East Twiggs Street. They're requesting to go from CD1 to CD2, that's Channel District 1 and 2, for multifamily residential and retail sales with a bonus provision agreement pursuant to Section 27140 of the Land Development Code to increase the intensity from a 3.5 to a 3.94 FAR. I will defer to the Planning Commission for their report, and if you'd please return to me for mine.
Thank you very much. Mr. Collins, go ahead.
Can you share my screen, please? This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. My next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically within the Channel Urban Village. Subject site is located within the downtown periphery of Bonus area. A portion of the subject site is within the coastal high hazard area. The closest public recreation facility is Madison Street Park, which is located directly to the southwest of the subject site. The closest transit stop is located on Channelside Drive, directly to the east of the subject site. The site is within a level A of evacuation zone. This is an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see the subject site here outlined in this purple color. It's on the southeast corner of East Twig Street and Channelside Drive. This is Channelside in here, and this is the Salmon Expressway just to the north of the subject site. Here's the adopted future land use map on the subject site.
Mr. Mates, I'm sorry to interrupt. Where's Mr. Mates?
I'm right here.
Where is right here?
He's there. You see, he's switching
Hold
around.
on, sir. Mr. Shelby, my camera moves to the voice in the room, so whenever someone's presenting, my camera's moving to the TV, and when I'm talking, the camera will be on me.
That should be fine, because when he's testifying, the camera's looking at him, so.
Okay, wait. Oh, okay. Well, I guess there's nothing that can be done. Okay, that'll be fine, sir. Thank you.
They go ahead, or?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that'll be fine. As long as when he speaks, he can be seen.
So this is the adopted future land use map. Again, the subject site shown here, outlined in the purple color. It's within that RMU 100 future land use designation. Just to the north of the subject site, this dark grayish color is heavy industrial. And then this light gray color here is light industrial. The proposed development provides for uses and densities in keeping with the RMU 100 future land use designation and policy direction regarding development in urban villages and along mixed use corridors. The subject site is located in the downtown periphery bonus area, which allows consideration of up to 100% of the standard maximum floor area ratio. The bonus provides consideration of up to 600, just over 622,000 square feet of non-residential development. The applicant's proposing an FAR of 3.94 in keeping with the plan requirements, which require a mixture of residential and commercial or office uses. Overall, the proposed rezoning is comparable and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and consistent with underlying future land use designation. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan. Questions?
Any questions for the Planning Commission? Hearing none, Mr. Manassi.
Thank you, sir. Ryan Manassi, Planning and Development. Again, item 12 is file number REZ 20-47. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property at 1237 East Twig Street from CD1, Channel District 1 to Channel District 2, CD2. That's with a bonus agreement to allow for multifamily, residential, and retail sales uses. The property is generally located west of Channelside Drive between East Twig Street to the north and East Madison Street to the south. The site is an existing heavy industrial use, and all the structures will be demolished to allow for the development of an 8-story residential multifamily and retail sales mixed-use building. The applicant seeks to develop a mixed-use urban scale project, and the applicant is proposing to integrate both commercial and residential uses on this site with phased development located on the east end of the site. The development proposes 2 vehicular access points, one being on East Twig Street for solid waste pickup and loading berths, and one on East Madison Street for the residential and retail uses. The maximum building height proposed is 97 feet, and there are 365 parking spaces required, and 391 are being provided. The proposed setbacks are 0 feet to the north, south, and west, and 10 feet on the east. The site is located in the Channel District, and compliance with the district development standards are required. The purpose and intent of the Channel District, the CD or district, is to provide for a growing mixed-use area which lies between the complements of the Central Business District and the Ybor City Historic District. The CD provides for protection of existing uses and a variety of residential, commercial, and industrial uses consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. The property has a future land use designation of RMU 100, which allows for a base intensity up to 3.5 FAR, with a density intensity bonus up to 7.0 FAR with the CBD periphery when performance standards are met. The associated development agreement is presented concurrently with this application for execution of the bonus agreement. Based on the proposed FAR, the amount due to achieve this bonus is $696,883.17. The property is surrounded by a multifamily residential and commercial uses to the south and in the west, in the CD2 and CD3 zoning districts, the port to the east in the CD1 zoning district, and commercial uses to the north in the CD3 zoning district. On the screen right now are the waivers that are being proposed for this petition. There are 5 waivers being proposed. The zoning map on screen shows you the subject site hatched in green. And as you can see,
Ryan, this is Kate. We don't see your screen.
Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't share screen. Go back.
There we go. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So the proposed waivers that are on the screen right now there's 5 waivers being presented before you in this petition. They're in your staff report as well. The map on screen showing you the green hatched is the subject site, and you can see the zoning districts that surround it. Then the aerial, similar to what Danny was showing you, also shows the 1,000-foot buffer radius to show you if there are any historic structures. There's the Strickland Transportation Company warehouse that's within the landmark local historic district. And that's this little star over here. And then this is the first page of the site plan showing you the property boundaries and how they're accommodating the ingress and egress of the solid waste as I described in the staff report. And the loading berths. And then on the south would be the access to the garage for the residential and retail uses. I tried to put a couple of at least as many as I could of the elevations on the screen for you. They're also in your staff, your electronic version of your site plans and the paper copies. And then the subject site itself, the pictures from site show this existing structure to the left. And then to the right where you see the white vehicle is the parking area going over to this white warehouse looking building, and that'd be to the west. The south neighbor is over here where my cursor is. That'd be the Grand Central. And then these are the north neighbors. Across the street, there's some vacant land, and that's the north at 219 North 12th Street and 1222 Channelside Drive. And that goes to this corner on the left of the picture. And then more multifamily uses here to the north. This is just a look up on West Twigs, and then east on Twigs, the picture to the right. The development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application. We do find it inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. If you would, please refer to the transportation relating to the reduction in the size and the number of loading spaces provided. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve this application and the waivers associated with it identified in the staff report, further modifications are required between first and second reading of this petition. They are outlined on the revision sheet of your staff report. And planning, transportation, and natural resources staff are available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the gentleman? If there are none, I will go to Mr. Mays.
Thank you. May I share my screen, please? All right, so good evening.
Before you begin, Councilmember Citro, if you would take over for just a minute, I'm going to step out a second.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. This is the old J.H. Williams Oil Company site where ECI Ventures proposes to develop a multifamily residential and retail sales use mixed use project. Y'all are familiar with ECI. They're a developer that's been developing for over 50 years, and in conjunction with Mercury Advisors, they developed Channel Club 1, where the Publix is located downtown. So this is the current existing use. There's an additional rendering of the proposed design. So I think that the proposed design will match nicely with the current uses in the Channel District, and the design of this project will continue to create a desirable living and working environment. Let me speak briefly to the waivers that we've requested. Each of the waivers requested are designed to be consistent with the intent behind the site plan districts, which recognizes unique conditions allowing design flexibility. The first waiver is to reduce the number of off-street loading spaces from 3 to 1. A relatively small percentage of the overall project will be commercial and/or retail, and 1 loading bay will be more than adequate to serve those uses. After initial development, we don't believe that there will be significant move-ins per month after the initial stabilization of the opening is set. So 1 loading space should be sufficient for the intended uses. Additionally, the reduction in size of the off-street loading space is consistent with the intended use. A semi-trailer truck, site-size truck is not going to really be anticipated to have much delivery here, since most of the use is primarily residential, with a very small percentage being retail and commercial. So the 45-foot loading bay should accommodate any loading needs for the site. We'd ask your favorable approval. We're happy to answer any questions.
All right, are there any questions from council members at this time? Hearing none, do we have anybody from the public that wishes to speak or is registered to speak?
No one has registered to speak on this item. Well, correction, we do have a live speaker on this item.
Okay, before we begin, Councilman Dingfelder, I saw your hand go up.
I'll wait to hear from the speaker, and did we hear from Mr. Rosner? I see his,
Do you have anything to say, Mr. Rosner?
Hi, Rob Rosner. I'm Channel District CRA Manager and Director of Economic Opportunity. We've been working with this developer for a bonus provision agreement for providing some space on their property to put some transformers for us to underground some of the projects in the Channel District for undergrounding the overhead distribution lines and working with them to share cost and relocating some of the transmission lines and some of the poles that are in a more safe location. So part of this discussion will be through the agreement. I don't know if that's this topic, Kate, or not, or if it's the next one. But we have shared this with the CACs. They're supportive of it. And we think it's a good project for the district.
All right, thank you very much. Will you go to the public comment?
Rob, can you help us underground the rest of the city?
Well, working on one street at a time. I've got about 6 going right now. So Tico's not terribly fast, but they do good work.
Thank you.
Public comment?
Hey, this is Ken Stoltenberg. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure if everything works, but I'm the developer, and I I've been working in the Channel District for 13 years. We developed Grand Central.
Wait,
We-
Sandy,
And,
We have to
Excuse
see
me.
your face on the camera, sir.
I don't know how to do the camera.
Ken, I think if they can't see you, then we can just waive your comment at this point.
There you go.
That would be fine. I'm in support of the project.
Thanks. All right. Any other any other public comment? Anybody at the convention center for this item?
No, we don't have any registered speaker or no one at the Tampa Convention Center.
All right. Any other questions or comments from council? Any rebuttal from the petitioner, Mr. Mates?
No, sir.
Can I get a motion to close?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
All right, and I see we have a motion from council member Miranda to close. I think the second was from Vieira. Any opposition, objection? By unanimous consent, without any objection, we're closed. Now, if you look here, we have a substitute ordinance, and then we have a resolution. Do we have to take those separately? Ms. Wells?
Mr. Chairman, the bonus provision agreement that is to be approved by resolution will be scheduled for council's consideration at second reading. It was included in your materials this evening because it relates to the proposed rezoning. But that was a courtesy. So at this point, we would ask council to take action on the substitute ordinance.
All right, who would like to read the substitute ordinance from item number 12? Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 12, file number REZ 20-47. Move a substitute ordinance for first reading consideration and ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 1237 East Wake Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification CD1 General District to CD2 General District Residential Multifamily Retail Sales, providing an effective date. And the reason I'm moving in my mind anyway, the petitioner certainly addressed the transportation need for preloading zones by assisting and saying that they're not needed because they're going to have although they have some retail, it's not to any great extent, and that the one follows the other. The 12 by 60 loading zone, he said about the semis will not be that size because it will be the same item, because they said that the 12 by 45 would be exactly what they need to unload and load the consistent of maybe in the beginning, there may be a little press for time, but after the first go into the building when it's complete, it should suffice the need for the building.
We had a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Vieira. Roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Booth, Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Petro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried with Booth abstaining. Second reading and adoption will be held on October 22nd at 5:01 p.m.
And Mr. Miranda, that included the changes as required between first and second reading, I
Yeah,
think.
that includes a change, excuse me for that, between first and second reading.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Oh, one last question to clarify with the clerk. For the purposes of that resolution, does that resolution automatically come back on that date, or does council need a motion to have that resolution come back on that date? Do we have clarification? Yes?
It will be placed in the agenda.
Okay, without council's action tonight? Just it'll travel automatically. I just want to be clear.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you
You're
very much.
We're not muted.
I'm going to item number 13. Item number 13. All right, we see the applicants. Cameras are on. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Manassi.
And the
Thank you,
clerk's office did not receive any written comments on this item.
Thank you very much. Mr. Manassi.
Thank you. Ryan Manassi, Planning and Development. Item number 13 is file number REZ 20-46 for the property located at 4102 West Hillsborough Avenue and 4059 West Crest Avenue. The request before you is rezoning from CI to PD for community residential reentry facility and all CI uses. I'll defer to the Planning Commission for their report, and please return to me afterwards.
Thank you very much. Mr. Collins, go ahead. We can see your screen.
This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is in the West Shore Planning District, and more specifically within the Drew Park neighborhood. Subject site is within a mixed use and transit emphasis corridor. The closest transit stop is located on West Hillsborough Avenue. The closest public recreation facility is Lopez Park, which is within 3/4 of a mile to the southeast of the subject site. The site is not within an evacuation zone. Here is an aerial map of the subject site. Subject site is shown here, outlined in the purple color. It's on the south side of West Hillsborough Avenue. And just to the east of North Lois Avenue, you'll see there's predominantly commercial uses along West Hillsborough Avenue. Here we have the adopted future land use map. The subject site is within the CC 35 future land use designation, shown in this red color. This portion of Hillsborough Avenue contains mostly CC 35 and some light industrial, represented by this gray color. There's light industrial to the south of the subject site, south of West Crest Avenue. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and found the plan development does not support policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to public safety. The proposal does not provide a pedestrian connection from the sidewalk on West Hillsborough Avenue to the building's entrance, which is inconsistent with land use policy 15.2.6. In addition, the subject site does not provide safe sidewalk integration within the site. It is unclear how pedestrians parking on the south and west side of the building would safely access the entrance to the building. The City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan seeks to provide transit service for transit-dependent and transportation disadvantaged populations. Due to the possibility of residents being transit-dependent, the residential reentry facility should provide safe and accessible paths for residents to access transit, specifically on West Hillsborough Avenue. Since there is not a pedestrian connection to West Hillsborough Avenue, it's unclear how this policy is met. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff found the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That's all I have, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? Mr. Manassi.
Thank you, Chair. Can you please share my screen? Please let me know if you see the REZ 20-46.
Yes, we do. Go ahead.
Excellent. Again, item 13 is file number REZ 20-46, and the applicant is proposing to rezone this property at 4102 West Hillsborough Avenue and 4059 West Crest Avenue from commercial intensive CI to planned development PD to allow for the residential reentry facility and all CI uses. The property is generally located one lot east of North Lois Avenue between West Hillsborough Avenue and West Crest Avenue. The lot contains 229,072 square feet or 5.259 acres. The proposed use will consist of a 44,070 square foot building with parking located to the north, south, and east of the structure. The vehicular access to the property is proposed on West Hillsborough Avenue and West Crest Avenue. The setbacks are 10 feet in the north, 0 feet in the south, 0 feet in the east, and 0 feet in the west. The maximum building height is proposed at 45 feet. The project proposes a maximum of 140 beds for the residential reentry use. A total of 88 parking spaces are required and 108 parking spaces are being provided. The property has commercial uses to the north, east, and west in the CI zoning district and light industrial uses to the south in the IG zoning district. The site is located in the West Shore Overlay District. On your screen, you'll see the rezoning map. The subject parcel is hatched in green. As you can see, it fronts on Hillsborough, and there's also a West Crest Avenue property boundary. The two parcels, 4102 being the larger, and then 4059 being the smaller square. The aerial shows the subject's site outlined in red again. As you can see, Hillsborough Avenue to your north and then Crest to your south. The 1,000-foot buffer radius shown in that green dashed line is showing that there are no historic landmarks, national or local, in the area. And then the site plan consists of the existing structure, and there's a proposed the entrance right here. And I believe from what Danny was saying is having the entrance off of one of these pedestrian connections into the structure, just to visualize that as the site plan's on screen. But as you can see, there is a access here on Crest and then also Hillsborough Avenue. The subject site itself here's some photos on the left and the right. It's currently this existing structure. And then this is east on Hillsborough. As you can see, it's predominantly all commercial, and this is on both sides of the street. And then west on Hillsborough. The neighbor to the west is 4116 West Hillsborough Avenue, and it's a commercial business, as well as the east neighbor at 3910 West Hillsborough Avenue. The development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve this application, further modifications are required as defined in the staff report under the revision sheet between first and second reading. One more thing I'd like to point out that there are no waivers being requested for this PD rezoning. Planning staff, as well as natural resources and transportation, are available for any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Hearing none.
Mr. Chairman, just as a point of order, I have a question for the applicant because I might have to recuse myself depending on if this is the project I think it is. I don't know who's speaking for the applicant, but is this a federal reentry facility proposed or state or local?
Jessica Eisterman with Stearns Weaver Miller. I am going to defer that question to Paul Norris, who's the operations manager for the residential reentry facility. Paul, can you go ahead and answer that?
Sure, that's a Federal Bureau of Prisons funded program.
Okay, all right. In light of that, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Shelby, I need to recuse myself. I have a real estate conflict as related to my personal business interests.
So noted, sir, and I'll prepare that form for your submission at a future meeting.
Thank you very much. Applicant.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jessica Eisterman. I am an attorney with Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street, Suite 2100, Tampa, Florida. You've already gotten introduction to Paul Norris. He is the operations manager and is available for any questions you may have about this rezoning. I also have with me Abby Feely, who is the planner with Stearns Weaver Miller on this project, and I'm going to turn it over to her.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Abby Feely, Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street, 2100. I would like to go ahead and provide our presentation this evening, if I may share our screen.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As Ryan and Danny just did a tremendous job explaining tonight, I'd like to go through our presentation. This is Goodwill's property at 4102 West Hillsborough Avenue. Our request for rezoning tonight is from a CI, commercial intensive, to PB plan development for community residential reentry facility and all commercial intensive uses. As Ryan and Danny both showed you, the property is located on West Hillsborough Avenue. We are west of North Dale Mabry and east of North Lois Avenue. We are in the West Shore Planning District. And we also are in the associations of Drew Park Advisory Committee and the Grant Park Civic Association. This is an aerial view of our property shown here in blue. Hillsborough to the north, Crest to the south, Lois to the west, and Dale Mabry is off the screen to the east. We are surrounded by commercial uses. This is the land use map that Danny discussed, is CC 35 land use. This land use does allow up to a CI zoning, which is what this property currently has. There are light industrial uses all along Crest to the south. The PQP you see over to the west, that's actually the Hillsborough County Schools Fleet Maintenance Yard and the US Reserves. And then you have Al Lopez in the rec and open space over to the east. As I mentioned, CI zoning, IG to the south. We have Old Hardee's to the west of us. There's also a brand new TD Bank at the corner of Crest and Lois. There's a shopping plaza to the east, and there are several industrial uses to the south, including major auto and boat repair, service and repair uses such as plumbing, mold restoration. There is no residential within the immediate proximity. There is residential on the north side of Hillsborough at the terminus of that CI zoning there in red. It then does pick up RS50 in that area. Here's some photos of the surrounding area. There was a Hardee's that was to the west. There is an adult use that's located along North Lois, some industrial located along Crest. This property was actually constructed in 1970 as a warehouse use. The building is existing. The building contains just over 44,000 square feet. There's a retail store that faces on Hillsborough. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this property. There was a special use on the southern portion of the building that was approved by Tampa City Council in 1991. And it was for a residential treatment facility at that time. In 1992, Goodwill did activate that special use on the property, and it has been in existence on the property since 1992. So we're now approaching almost 30 years that the facility has been in place on the property and has been functioning. The facility was approved originally with 75 beds, and predominantly we're here tonight to ask you for an increase in those beds, from 75 beds to 140 beds. That really is the only modification to the existing facility and retail store that is before you tonight. And we're doing that under the application of a PD in order to allow for that use to more so be called what it is than to be treated as the residential treatment facility. This is the PD plan. There are no modifications being proposed to the building. Everything is going to exist within the existing footprint. We are making some modifications to the parking. There's parking spaces that take place to the south of the building. Those currently are not formalized spaces. We are going to make those formalized spaces. We are going to put in the islands. We are going to improve the parking in that area south of the building. And we're going to add some parking over on the west side of the building. Other than that, there is no change of use. There's no structural modification, and there are no waivers being requested before you tonight. Ryan showed you some of these photos. I'll go quickly through them. This is the north elevation of from Hillsborough Avenue of the retail store, the west elevation of the retail store, and the east elevation. There's a shopping center on this east side. So this is an interior lot line here. And then the residential treatment facility, or residential reentry facility, excuse me, is located in that southern portion of the building, and that would remain as currently configured today. Again, there are no waivers being requested with this application before you tonight. We are asking for one item though, and that is a finding of impracticality related to the sidewalk. Not the sidewalk that was discussed by Mr. Collins, but the sidewalk that would be required along Crest. So pursuant to City Code Section 22103, whenever you undergo a site plan controlled zoning application, you are required to construct a sidewalk in the public right-of-way along the full length of any and all streets abutting a parcel of property and parallel to the street. Unfortunately, the conditions that are present along Crest Avenue do not allow us to be able to install that sidewalk. Not only that, let me quickly go back. You can see here along Crest, there is not a single segment of sidewalk from Lois to Dale Mabry. So there, if we built the sidewalk, we're not connecting to any sidewalk. The TD Bank also just got redone there. They do not have a sidewalk along Crest either. So back to the criteria for the finding of impracticality, Pursuant to 22103C, it does give council the ability to make a finding of impracticality or make a finding that installation of the sidewalk is not practical based on these conditions. And this property actually meets 2 of those 4 conditions. And the first is where there is no existing sidewalk to which the proposed sidewalk can connect. That I just showed you. I do have some other photos I will show you as well. And then the third criteria says whether a stormwater drainage ditch or similar public utility facility prevents the construction of a sidewalk, and neither the facility nor the sidewalk can be reasonably relocated. That being said, let me show you just some photos that I took out at the site. From our driveway looking west toward Lois, and this is on Crest Avenue, there is a substantial ditch. On the east side, there is also no sidewalk. On the south side of Crest, there is no sidewalk. I'm on that picture on the right there. And then on the TD Bank, here is from the corner at Lois. This also, that ditch continues and there's no sidewalk. Before we asked for the finding of impracticality, we did do a quick analysis of whether we could install the sidewalk in this location. Due to the grade of the ditch, as well as the need for railing and installation, the installation of a segment of sidewalk here would cost Goodwill over $125,000. And given that there are no other sidewalks on Crest on either the north or south side, we're requesting that that finding of impracticality be made, and we will pay into the sidewalk trust fund for the linear footage of our property. Also, there is gated access on Crest, so we do not have any pedestrians coming off of Crest walking into our site. It is not a feasible maneuver. So that also, it's not a deterrent to provide a safe connection. There is no pedestrian connection in that location to enter our property. In relation to community outreach, as you know, the public process requires us to mail a letter and to post signs on the property. In addition to that, we did provide a letter 1 week in advance of the city's letter going out. And we did just let everybody know, hey, the letter's going to be coming with the public notice. We are having a rezoning here. We're available to speak with you. We did not get any feedback on those letters. Did not receive any phone calls. What we did provide council is a package with over 40 support letters for this application from different entities in the community. Staff findings. We did review Mr. Collins' findings. We were found consistent by City of Tampa Development Review Committee staff in relation to the Planning Commission. It was found inconsistent due to that lack of connection in the property. Those policies that were cited speak to redevelopment and design elements at time of development. We are not developing or modifying the site in any way at this time. We really are just reutilizing a portion of our footprint. So we don't feel that those policies are applicable to the project at this time. We do feel that we are consistent with the comprehensive plan. I have provided you with a couple additional objectives and policies, including utilizing the PD to recognize development criteria differing from criteria of the Euclidean district. We're really, in this case, looking more so for the use. The residential treatment facility use has criteria that are not applicable to Goodwill, including being licensed by the State Department of Health. This facility is not licensed by the State Department of Health, so we don't want to try to hemstitch ourselves into a definition. We'd like to utilize this PD in order to be able to recognize this facility and its operation for what it really is. Secondly, there's an objective 5.1 and policy 5.1.9 that talks about the location of and concentration of these types of facilities. There is not another facility near us. that would qualify to make this a concentration. As I previously mentioned, this facility has been here and been in operation for now approaching 30 years based on council's original approval back in 1991. That being said, as I mentioned, we really just would like to reconfigure what is in the property, what's really in the reentry facility from 75 beds up to a potential of 140. We currently have 118 beds in the facility. The 140 is really just a little buffer should that 118 be increased. As you know, the PD is a very expensive and extensive process. And for this client, it's very important that they build in a little bit of flexibility as they look toward the future 30 years for their facility. So we seek to establish the definition that's more representative of the operation of the facility. We are going to improve that parking along the western side. We do not have any waivers for you this evening, and we would respectfully request your approval. That will continue the operation of a longstanding facility that was established in 1991 to be able to serve additional clients with no adverse impacts to the surrounding community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it does.
Do we have any questions from council members? We do not. Do we have anybody in the public that is registered to speak, waiting on the line or at the Tampa Convention Center?
Yes, we do have a registered live speaker.
Okay. If that speaker could turn the camera on and unmute themselves, and we will swear you in. Is this Phil Jacob?
It is.
Okay, please raise your right hand. They're going to swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Philip Jacob. I serve as Director of Music at St. Lawrence Catholic Church, where many of the residential reentry center residents find their way by a short bus ride for mass and spiritual enrichment. As you can hear from my accent, I'm not American. I arrived here 6 years ago from England on a work visa and now have permanent residence supported by a green card. In the early days of my being in USA, my visa was linked specifically to my position at St. Lawrence. If I lost my job there, I'd have to return to the UK. Therefore, the Goodwill store became a lifesaver as I looked to set up home with goods bought here without major financial investment. To this day, I have something of an obsession about shopping at Goodwill, finding treasures in what others throw away. Hospitality is or should be one of the major characteristics of Christians. Some, in welcoming strangers, have met angels in disguise. In England, I discovered this at first hand when I opened my house to vulnerable asylum seekers who were awaiting decisions about their deportation or their right to remain. It's therefore a matter of interest to me that through the good offices of Hillsborough County, Goodwill offers some of those released from prison an incremental way of re-entering society. There is always more to convicted persons than the crime they have committed. The crime is never the whole person. And the county's residential re-entry center at Goodwill enables these men to rediscover that wholeness, the person they were created to be. God created the world and all that's in it, and God saw that it was good. I am sure that God sees the goodness in these men, and God does not create rubbish. Jesus quoted the prophet Isaiah when he unrolled the scroll and read, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he's anointed me to bring the good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to captives." We have inherited this task. It is our common duty as responsible citizens to do the same, to ensure that these men, who have served their time for deeds of the past, can walk into the future afresh, liberated from any stigma which blinds them from seeing who they are called to be. We at St. Lawrence Church are happy to welcome the residents of the center as we welcome all people, and we are proud to be even a small part of the services available to them. I urge members to approve these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We don't know each other, but I attend church there, and I always enjoy your playing and your music. yes, I can be fair and impartial. I just sing when the music comes on, and you do good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment at this time? Anybody else registered or at the convention center?
No one else is registered, but just for the record, I would like to make a correction. We did receive letters in support, as Ms. Abby Feely mentioned.
Thank you very much. All right, do we have any questions or comments from any council members?
If I may,
Yes, sir.
I think this is the first time in a city council hearing that we've heard rubbish. So, but I wanted to echo your remarks, has no relevancy whatsoever to my vote tonight, but just appreciating the nice gentleman's remarks. As a proud Bleeding Heart Catholic, I say thank you. So that's all. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, does this require revisions between first and second reading? Refresh my recollection. Mr. Manassi is saying yes, so I would ask that be made part of a motion if that is a motion that council entertains.
Okay, and remember there is the substitute ordinance that we're reading. Any other questions or comments from council? Ms. Feely, do you have any rebuttal, anything else to add at this point?
No, there were 2 revisions that were included in Mr. Manassi's staff report about labeling the gate and also making another modification. And we will complete those 2 revisions in between first and second reading if we receive a favorable approval this evening.
And is this your last case before you come back to the city?
What was
No,
that?
sir, I have one more second reading next week.
Okay.
Oh, a question. Does the council, as part of this motion, have to make a specific finding as to the sidewalk issue?
So there's a note on the site plan that says if council approves this PD, that they are making that finding of impracticality. I can read that if you would like.
I think you made that a sufficient explanation in your report. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
And Ryan Manassi, I can confirm it's under the notes section under sidewalk note number 2.
Okay. All right, may I have a motion? Close, Councilman Miranda with the close. Second from Councilman Citro. Any objection? All right. Without any objection, by unanimous consent, the public hearing is closed. Remember, it's the substitute ordinance and the revisions between first and second reading. Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you, sir. And I apologize because we keep on going back. Can you remind me, Mr. Chair, what number we're on?
Item number 13.
That's what I thought. I didn't want to read the wrong one. I move a substitute ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4102 West Hillsborough Avenue and 4059 West Crest Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification CI, commercial intensive, to PD, planned development, residential reentry facility, and all CI uses, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Revisions.
Oh, thank you, Councilman Miranda, with revision.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder abstaining. Second reading and adoption will be held on October 22nd at 5:01 p.m.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, council. Thank you.
We have one more item. Item number 23.
Mr. Chairman, would it be possible to take a 5-minute break before the last item?
Of course we can. Just don't log off. Just turn your cameras off and mute yourselves, and we will come back at, it's 9:09, let's say 9:15.
14-7 Dolphins.
Good.
Gentlemen, you can turn your cameras off. I don't know whether we're still broadcasting or recording. No, not gonna do it. Okay.